You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez. The 2-2. Sandoval. In foul territory. Giants win. Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs win the series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair. It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use
Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders!
Red Omaha!
I'm out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown!
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh,
please. TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
I think my jersey was one of the top selling jerseys around the world. It was like Kobe, LeBron, and then I was right behind them, and I didn't make a dollar from it, but nor did I want to, because I knew going into college what it was all about. I knew going to my dream school, where I wanted to go, the passion for it. And if I could support my team, support my college, support my university, that's what it's all about. But now we're changing it from us, from we, from my university, from being an alumni where I care, which makes college football and college sports special, to then, okay, it's not about us, it's not about we, it's just about me. And yes, I know we live in a selfish culture where it's all about us, but we're just adding and piling it onto that, where it changes what's special about college football. We turn it into the NFL, where who has the most money, that's where you go. That's why people are more passionate about college sports than they are about NFL. That's why the stadiums are bigger in college than they are in the NFL, because it's about your team, it's about your university, it's about where my family wanted to go. And you're taking that away so that young kids can earn $1. And that's just not where I feel like college football needs to go.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check, hey, Short Ox! Do the Raiders! Omaha! Come out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want to challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown!
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. And Janis does not stop it. Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s proves its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, it proved through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you, Braves country? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys. It's time for Braves country baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are live. The same is Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where the Atlanta Braves and Philadelphia Phillies are set to do battle. For the Atlanta Braves tonight, you have Charlie Morton going for Atlanta on the mound, 74 innings pitched this year, 86 strikeouts and a 4.84 ERA, a 2.44 batting average against, and a 1.28 whip. But his last two starts, 14 innings pitched, just 2 earned runs, 20 strikeouts, no walks in that span with a 1.11 whip and a 2.31 batting average against. For Philadelphia, it'll be Zach Wheeler. He also has 74 innings pitched and 86 strikeouts, mirror image to Charlie Morton, but his ERA is a 2.77. And his last outing back on June 22nd, he went 4 1/3 inning and gave up 4 runs. So we'll see if Atlanta can get to him early. Zach Wheeler, one of the better right-handers in the game. Of course, he signed that big multi-million-dollar contract with the Philadelphia Phillies, just a few years ago, coming over from the Mets. Can you imagine that rotation now if they had him as well? Zach Wheeler will be towing the rubber first as we get set for Braves baseball. We're just moments away from the first pitch. I'm Mac McGee, and this is the starting lineup for the Atlanta Braves. Ronald Acuna Jr. once again out of the lineup with the sore foot that he's nursing. He's hoping to get back in the lineup sometime this week. Leading off, it'll be Dansby Swanson playing shortstop, batting second, and behind the plate, it's Travis d'Arnaud. Matt Olson is batting third and playing first. Austin Riley batting cleanup at the hot corner. Ozuna is in left field. Ford will be your designated hitter tonight. A bit of a change. Arcia is the second baseman and batting seventh. Duvall in right and batting eighth. And Michael Harris, the second, once again, will be batting ninth and playing center field. The Phillies lineup looks like this. Schwarber in left. Hoskins at first and batting second. Castellanos is the designated hitter, batting third. The cleanup hitter is Real Muto behind the plate. Didi Gregorius, the shortstop, and batting fifth. Herrera, the right fielder for Philadelphia, and batting sixth. Batting seventh is Alec Boehm, the third baseman. Stott is the second baseman in for the injured Segura, and Moniak is out in center field. He'll be batting ninth. Ronald Acuna Jr. did not travel with the team to Philadelphia, so we'll see if he makes the trip to Cincinnati. Kind of makes you wonder if he's heading for the IL, but he did not make the trip for tonight. Now, he could always arrive a few days late, but as of right now, it looks like he is not going to make the series in Philadelphia. May meet the team in Cincinnati is everything that I read on today. Couple other notes on the Braves injury front. Eddie Rosario got 2 hits Sunday in AAA Gwinnett. They're expecting him to be back sometime this week, so they may not rush back Acuna with Rosario on the way back. Tucker Davidson pitched 6 2/3 innings the other day for AAA Gwinnett. No earned runs and 9 strikeouts, so he could be called up for any kind of a spot start anytime soon. And way down on the farm on high A, shortstop Vaughn Grissom, Marquise Grissom's son. He has hit a 7-game hitting streak, 13 of the last 14. And check out his stats, batting .297, 9 home runs, 48 RBI already. He's expected to get called up any day. And Tyler Matzik is back in rehab as well. Here's the first pitch from Wheeler, and it's first pitch swinging by Swanson. He flies out to right center field. Underneath it is the center fielder Moniak, and there's one away. Beautiful night here in Philadelphia. They're not expecting any kind of rain. Atlanta, before I could even get the words out of my mouth, they really need to work into the Philly bullpen. That's their biggest Achilles heel. First pitch swinging will not get that pitch count up, will it? So this is Travis d'Arnaud stepping to the plate, and the first pitch is outside 97 miles an hour, called for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. We're just getting started here in the top of the first, and 97-mile-an-hour fastball right across the plate, taking for a strike. It's 1-1. Travis d'Arnaud batting .269 on the year. righty matchup. And the 1-1 pitch swung on and missed 98 on the gun. It's 1-2. As this game gets underway, Houston is in New York to take on the Mets. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on there as well. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Wheeler and swung on and hit high and deep into left field, going back and over the bridge and over the woods. To grandmother's house he goes. Travis d'Arnaud with the solo shot. It's 1-0 Hotlanta. He hit that thing on a line and it got out in a hurry. Perfect pitch. I think Wheeler missed a spot. That ball probably should have been a little further off the plate. It got way too much of the plate as Real Muto was set up outside. It's 1-0 Atlanta. Good piece of hitting by d'Arnaud. Didn't try to do too much with it. Just got the front of the bat out and sailed it over the 374 sign out in left center. So that gets Atlanta going here in game 1 of a 3-game series. Matt Olson comes to the plate and a fastball is on the outer edge, 97 miles an hour, kisses the black. It's 0-1. Cookie Carrasco is on the mound for the Mets tonight. The 0-1 pitch to Olson misses inside. Looked like the slider. It's 1-1. Remember, Carrasco had the injury concern last week and looks like he's going to be okay. So he's going to give it a go for the Mets. The 1-1 pitch to Olson. He fouls it back and it's 1-2. You may not have seen it last week, but the Mets are going to try to repay what the Astros did to them. The Astros swept New York in a 2-game series in Houston. The 1-2 pitch is fouled back 97 miles an hour. Olson stays alive. It's 1-2. Of course, Astros were in town to take on the Yankees. Really good series if you missed that over the weekend. The 1-2 pitch to Olson outside. Slider missed. Way outside. It's 2-2. Braves come in tonight 5 games behind the New York Mets, 3 in front of the Phillies. The 2-2 delivery, 97 miles an hour. Did he go around? He did not. Full count to the ice house. 3-2 count to Matt Olson versus Wheeler early on here. It's 1-0 Braves. Wheeler kicks and deals, and it's a fastball swung on and hit high and deep. Will it stay fair? Gone, baby. Jackpot. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong. It's 2-0 Hotlanta. The Atlanta Braves have jumped all over Zach Wheeler for 2 solo shots as Matt Olson rounds the base, giving the tomahawk. And how about that? Atlanta pulling out the whipping sticks early. 2-0 Atlanta. A big series here in Philadelphia. The Phillies definitely don't want to fall too far behind Atlanta. Of course, they got the terrible news over the weekend that their star player, Bryce Harper, is out at least 6 weeks with thumb surgery. The first pitch on the way to Riley is swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Tyler Matzik starts his rehab assignment tonight in low A. The 0-1 pitch from Wheeler is in the dirt. Slider miss. It's 1-1. Riley's batting .253 on the year. 18 home runs, 43 RBI. The 1-1 delivery is inside. Busts Riley back a bit. It's 2-1. They figure Matzik's going to need several outings, and they wanted to start him in low A so he can just kind of get worry about his delivery and not worry about his stuff. The 2-1 pitch, 98-mile-an-hour fastball fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. From everything I read, they expect Matzik to take a little while to come back, and they hope to have him back somewhere, hopefully in about 2 weeks. The 2-2 pitch to Riley swung on and fouled off his shin guard. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves come into play second in the wild card of the National League. They're 2.5 behind San Diego for the number one wild card spot, 1 in front of the Cardinals and 2 in front of San Francisco, who is 4th in the wild card. The 2-2 pitch to Riley, slider in the dirt. He did not go. It's a full count. It's 3-2. Appreciate you stopping in here and joining us for Braves Country Baseball. We're here every Tuesday night and Friday night, bringing you the action. The 3-2 pitch to Riley, swung on and missed, strike 3, and there's 2 away. So Wheeler gets his first strikeout, but has already thrown 19 pitches and given up 2 home runs. That brings Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Marcell batting number 5 tonight with a .227 batting average, 14 dingers, 32 RBI, and a .693 OPS. Righty-righty matchup as Ozuna digs in with a full mouth of chaw, and the first pitch is on the way, 97 miles an hour below the knees. It's 1-0. Got a full slate of Major League Baseball tonight. We'll keep you going as far as the scores and the news. The 1-0 pitch is corkscrewed over to first. Hoskins got it. Wheeler's covering the bag. He'll take the flip, and there's 3 away. So that ends the Braves' first inning, but not before 2 solo shots put Atlanta out in front, 2-0.
Listen, if you feed your kid frozen pizza or chicken nuggets for dinner, you are a terrible parent. I don't care what it takes. You take the time out and you put that in the microwave.
Today, we're going to talk about the career of Rod Carew. He made his major league debut April 11th, 1967. He had a career-high 5 hits against Washington on May 8th, 1967. On May 20th, 1967, he became the first Minnesota Twins player to hit for the cycle. All of these things happened in his first 2 months in the major leagues. He was an 18-time All-Star. He only missed 1 All-Star game in his career. In 1969, he stole home 7 times. Only Ty Cobb has stolen home more in 1 season. He hit 300 or better from 1969 to 1983. He never struck out 100 times in a season. He won 7 batting titles in his career and 4 straight from 1972 to 1975. He would miss out on a 5th straight batting title by .002. He led the American League in hits 3 times in his career. Over his 19-year career, he batted .328, had 3,053 hits, scored 1,424 runs, stole 353 bases, and had a .393 on-base percentage. He also won an MVP award in 1977. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1991 with 90.5% of the vote.
America's entry into World War I was very near in the spring of 1917. Millions had died on battlefields in Europe, and Americans could no longer stand by. Baseball was eager to show that it was ready to do its part. Van Johnson ordered teams to learn close order drill, and the Washington Senators showed off their marching skill, led by the athletic young Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 2-0, and Charlie Morton takes the hill in the bottom of the first. Morton winds up and slings it to Schwarber. Lefty-righty matchup. It's a little high. Fastball. It's 1-0. Braves placed Kenley Jansen on the 15-day IL today for an irregular heartbeat. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. Evens the count at 1-1. Jansen had this issue back in 2018 with the Dodgers, so he is familiar with it. They expect Jansen to only miss the minimum of the 15 days. Expect Smith and Minter to split closing duties in his departure. The 1-1 delivery is outside. It's not 2-1. Kyle Schwarber has a .219 batting average, and the 2-1 is way outside. Ball 3, 3-1. The power hitting left fielder gets ready for the 3-1 pitch, swung on and popped up. Will it stay in play? Darno gives it chase behind home plate, and it's 3-2. Love to see Charlie go out and get a shutdown inning after the Braves put 2 on the board against Wheeler in the top of the first. The 3-2 pitch from Morton on the way, swung on and fouled down the left field line. Letter high fastball will do it again at 3-2. The Astros have something cooking in Queens. They're up 1-0 with runners on the corners in the top of the first. The 3-2 pitch from Charlie, swung on and fouled down the left field line, way out of play into the upper deck. We'll do it again at 3-2. Braves 2, Phillies 0. Bottom of the first. We're just getting going here in Philadelphia. Braves playing a shift on Schwarber. The 3-2 pitch is a curveball in, down and low, inside. Ball 4. He'll head down to first. So the leadoff walk to Kyle Schwarber and the Philadelphia Phillies, not what Charlie Morton wanted to get this game going. Meanwhile, in Queens, Houston has just hit a 3-run home run. It is 4-0 Astros over the Mets. That game is also in the first. Coming up to the plate is Rhys Hoskins, the first baseman. Hoskins, a converted outfielder, batting .245, 13 home runs, 37 RBI, and a .791 OPS. Takes the first pitch. They're going to say it's a little low for a ball. It's 1-0. John Lipka's behind the plate tonight with Quinn Walcott manning first. Alex Tosi is your second base umpire, and Jim Reynolds is at third. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Hoskins. He fouls it back against the screen, and it's 1-1. Fans just starting to file in here to Philadelphia. Braves are in a shift with Hoskins. Arcia, Swanson, and Riley are all left of the second base bag. Olsen holding the runner at first by his lonesome. Here's the 1-1 pitch. It's at the top of the zone, misses high, and it's 2-1. Looking at Lipka's stats before the game, he tends to call a pretty tight strike zone, which equates into almost 2 runs more a game. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a slider miss way inside. It is now 3-1 to Hoskins. Charlie Morton struggling here to start the beginning of the game. Braves 2, Philly 0. The 3-1 pitch to Hoskins. Swung on and hammered into left field. That ball's going to get down in front of Ozuna. Marcel gets it into Riley at third, so the runners will stay at first and second, but there is nobody out with Nick Castellanos coming to the plate. Castellanos, the big right-handed designated hitter. So he signed in the offseason. Known as one of the better right-handed hitters in Major League Baseball. He comes to the plate with a .252 average this year. A little bit of a slow start for Nick, but he is a dangerous bat. The first pitch on the way is a curveball, top of the zone. That ball hit the black. Don't know where Lipka was looking, but it's 1-0. Castellanos has 7 home runs, 37 RBI, a .693 OPS. Like I said, with Lipka behind the plate, he's one of these guys that when you see his statistics, you start becoming a favor of the robo ump. The 1-0 pitch on the way is in there for a strike, curveball about letter high, It's 1-1. Runners on first and second, nobody out. The 1-1 delivery is down low below the knees. Fastball that missed. It's 2-1. Marlins are in St. Louis tonight. That game gets going in about 20 minutes. The 2-1 pitch to Castellanos is fouled off of, looked like he got a piece of Darno. He hit the deck. He's getting up gingerly to see where that hit him at. Might have got him on the inner part of the knee. Let's see. All right, on the top of the knee, there's padding there, but it might have hit him funny. He's slowly getting up. It did hit the padding, thankfully. He says he's okay. He gives the thumbs up to Morton, and it's 2-2. Strangely enough, the Braves are pulling for the Marlins tonight. With St. Louis on their heels in the wild card and the comfortable lead over Miami, the Braves would benefit with a win by the Marlins over the Cardinals. So 2 on, nobody out, and a 2-2 pitch for Nick Castellanos from Charlie Morton. Castellanos asked for time. We're set again. The pitch is on the way, swung on it, fouled back against the screen. Just missed that pitch. It's 2-2. Framber Valdez is on the mound for the Houston Astros tonight against the Mets. Pretty good pitcher. So Braves could have a chance to make up some ground tonight. A win here and a loss by the Mets would bring the Braves within 4 games of the NL East lead. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the third base line. Hard grounder. Morton's pitch count really getting up there. He's up to 19 pitches already. Standing on deck is the left-handed bat of, the right-handed bat of Real Muto. The lefty, Didi Gregorius, is in the hole. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is fouled down towards third base over near the camera well. We'll do it one more time at 2-2. Braves 2, Phillies nothing. If you're just joining us, Travis d'Arnaud and Matt Olson both hit 2 solo shots in the top of the first off of Zach Wheeler. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. Castellanos went chasing for the Uncle Charlie in the dirt, and there's 1 away. Good pitch. Well out of the zone. Castellanos just could not lay off. It started about belt high. By the time it dropped out of the zone and off the plate, it was down around the ankles. Good call by Dee tonight, saying she felt like Matt Olson is going to go off. He's already got a solo shot. So that brings JT Real Muto to the plate. Real Muto, 5 home runs, 28 RBI, a 680 OPS, 237 batting average. The hind catcher for the Phillies takes the first pitch on the outer part of the dish for a strike, 96 miles an hour fastball. It's 0-1. Braves are wearing their road grays with Atlanta across the chest in red and a red tomahawk with the red stripes down the pants. The 0-1 pitch is a changeup inside. It's 1-1. Philadelphia Phillies are wearing their traditional home whites with the red pinstripes and Phillies across the chest. The red Philly hat, and the Braves, of course, wearing their dark blue road hat with the white A. Here's the 1-1 pitch swung on and hit into center field. That's going to get down for a hit and a run, and it's 2-1 Atlanta as runners advance 2 bases. You got runners now on first and third with 1 away and 1 run crossing the plate. Good piece of hitting by Real Muto. Took a fastball on the outer edge of the plate and just served it into right field. Didn't try to do a whole lot with it. Sent it back where it came from, over the head of the leaping Arcia. He had no chance of getting that one. So that brings the dangerous Didi Gregorius to the plate. Gregorius was on the IL the last time we faced the Phillies. The high Sox as Morton flips it over to first to keep Real Muto close. Didi batting .262, no home runs and 12 RBIs. What has been a shortened season for him so far. The first pitch is a curveball on the outer part of the black, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Gregorius was still pretty good speed and batting from the left side. He's pretty hard to double up. Here's the 0-1, and it's a fastball piped right down Main Street, swung on and missed. It's 0-2. San Francisco is at home against Detroit. They'll get going later on. Another team that Atlanta is watching the scoreboard on. San Diego's yet to start as well. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Kicks and fires, and it's a curveball in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. A 1-2 pitch from Charlie Morton to Didi Gregorius is a curveball, swung on and missed, and strike 3. Curveball in the dirt, tried to get a piece of it, could not, and there's 2 away. So Charlie Morton with 2 strikeouts already, but has given up a run and is already at 28 pitches on the night. He'll face Herrera. Herrera, a very dangerous bat in his own right. He has given Braves fits over the years. The lefty is batting .236 on the year with 5 home runs and 17 RBI. He has a batting average well above 300 against Atlanta. The first pitch on the way to Herrera swung on and missed. The runner goes. Real Muto steals second with ease. The throw was up the line. And so Dansby Swanson had to charge the play, cut it off to prevent the ball from going into the outfield and keep the runner at third. So Real Muto awarded the stolen base. He moves up 90 feet. Got a good jump on Morton. And a single now could get the Phillies the lead. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Herrera. He fouls it off the plate, and it's 0-2. Toronto leads Boston 3-0. That game is just getting going in the bottom of the first, and it looks like they've got the bases loaded. The 0-2 to Herrera. Curveball in there, swung on and missed, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. There was a delay for a second because I think Didi thought that he was still alive, but he did foul tip it. The foul tip went into Darnold's glove. So that'll end the inning. We will take a break. When we come back, Atlanta grabs the bats again. They lead it 2-1.
So come to find out, the barber that lives around the corner from me just got arrested for selling drugs. you never know about people, man. I've been going to this dude for 12 years. Never knew he was a barber. Crazy, man.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Craig Biggio is remembered as a great contact hitter and one of the best Astros ever. In 1997, he played 162 games without grounding into a double play, becoming the only player to ever do that. Hunter Greene is an extremely exciting prospect for the Cincinnati Reds. Part of that excitement comes from his electric fastball. In his April 16th start against the Dodgers, he threw 39 pitches over 100 miles per hour, setting a new record.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Baseball had become one of the biggest entertainment industries in the country. And when war actually came in April, the owners saw no reason to stop playing.
With an astonishing disregard for the new proprieties and new decencies, the so-called magnates of baseball have proclaimed in both leagues their unswerving adherence to the wretched fallacy of business as usual. New York Times.
The owners argued that baseball should be declared an essential wartime industry so that players would be exempt from the draft. It didn't work.
July the 21st, 1918. Baseball received a knockout wallop yesterday when Secretary Baker ruled players in the draft age must obtain employment calculated to aid in the successful prosecution of the war or shoulder guns and fight.
Fresh recruits drilled on the Elysian Fields in Hoboken, New Jersey, where Brooklyn and Manhattan teams had developed the game of baseball 70 years before. Some ball players found jobs in defense industries where they were paid handsomely to play on company teams. But 247 major leaguers did serve, and 3 were killed in action.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 2-1. Mike Ford is coming to the plate, the designated hitter. 6 foot, 225 pounder, 29-year-old. Kind of been around the league. If you remember a few years ago, had a hot stretch with the New York Yankees. He's been out on the left coast the last couple of seasons. The first pitch on the way is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball inside, taking first strike. It's 0-1. 0-1 pitch to Ford, batting 182 on the year, is a curveball strike. Good pitch by Wheeler. It's quickly 0-2. Braves are hoping Ford can give that left-handed stick off the bench that Alex Dickerson could not provide. The 0-2 pitch is fouled off and down the third base line. We'll do it again at 0-2. Astros still lead the Mets 4-0. They just ended the first inning. 0-2 delivery is inside, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. The 1-2 delivery. Slider right there at the knees, taken all the way by Ford, and there's one away. Mike Ford just caught watching the paint dry. Ford was recalled from Gwinnett about a week ago. Got in against the Dodgers in the Dodgers series, has seen limited action. So here's Orlando Arcia. The first pitch is below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 2, Phillies 1. Wheeler kicks and deals the 1-0, and it's way outside, 97 miles an hour off the plate. It's now 2-0. Two-0 pitch by Wheeler. He flips it in there, and it is grounded right back to the mound. Wheeler gets it, underhands it to first, and there's 2 away in the Atlanta second. Mike Ford played for the Yankees for 2 seasons, 2 full seasons. And this year started with San Francisco Giants, ended up with the Mariners. The Braves claimed him off waivers. That'll bring Duvall to the plate. Duvall batting 198. His batting average has gone down once again. First pitch on the way is a fastball inside, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. You got to figure when Rosario comes up, it's going to cut into Duvall's playing time. He has been really streaky. Be good to get him some time off. The 0-1 pitch is hammered foul down the third base side, and it's 0-2 to Duvall. Got to figure on most nights it'll be Acuna in right, Harris in center, and Duvall and Rosario some kind of combination over and left. The 0-2 pitch to Duvall is hit hard into center field, but right at the center fielder, Moniak, and he'll put it away. So 3 up, 3 down for Atlanta. We'll head to the bottom of the second. The Braves lead it 2-1.
Usually when somebody invites me over to their house and I drive by and see more than 3 cars, I just usually go on home because I kind of feel like it could be an intervention.
MLB teams are required to apply a small dab of mud to the 13 dozen baseballs used during a standard MLB game. Every team has been muddying baseball since the 1950s, and they've used only one special type of mud, magic mud, found on the Delaware River in New Jersey, that provides the perfect grip. That mud has been harvested by one family for nearly 80 years. The mud takes 6 weeks to harvest and process. And the best part, only the Bentliff family knows the exact location of the magic mud.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. On Clayton Kershaw's first start of the season, he threw 7 perfect innings before being pulled by manager Dave Roberts. It was the first time in MLB history that a starter was pulled from a perfect game after 7 innings while throwing 80 or fewer pitches. I mentioned that Joey Votto had never popped up to the pitcher over his entire career. But on April 7th, Votto swung at an up-and-in fastball and popped up to the pitcher for the very first time. Nico Horner didn't hit a home run in 2020 or 2021. Corbin Burns didn't allow an extra base hit on a slider at all in 2021. But the first homer of 2022 was by Nico Horner off of Corbin Burns' slider.
Soldiers played ball in camps and on battleships, on fields in Flanders, and in hastily constructed ballparks throughout France. Grover Cleveland Alexander served in the trenches with an artillery unit and emerged from the fighting shell-shocked, his hearing damaged, drinking more heavily than ever to forget the horrors he had seen. Though Branch Rickey was 36 and had 4 children, he went to war too, became a major, and commanded a unit that included Captains Ty Cobb and Christy Mathewson. Cobb and Mathewson did not get to France until after the shooting stopped. But during a drill, Mathewson was exposed to poison gas that fatally seared his lungs. He would live for 7 more years, but his great career was over.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Phillies an early score of 2-1. The first pitch here in the second by Charlie Morton is inside, taken for a ball by Alec Boehm. It's 1-0. Alec Boehm still hasn't touched home plate in Atlanta. If you know, you know. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it swung on and popped up high. And underneath it is Arcia. He'll put it away for a can of corn, out number 1. If you missed the news earlier, Serena Williams bounced early from the Wimbledon. Got to start wondering if this may be the end of her career. So that'll bring up the left-handed bat of Stott. Stott, the second baseman, batting 164, takes the first pitch, outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Bryson Stott, 164, 4 home runs, 20 RBI, and a 497 OPS, takes the 0-1 pitch way off the plate and outside. It's 1-1. Minnesota and Cleveland are scoreless in the second. That is the second game of a doubleheader. If you missed that earlier, the Guardians beat the Twins 3-2. 1-1 delivery by Morton is foul down the left field line. He gave it a good ride, but it's plenty foul, and it's 1-2. Milwaukee is in Tampa tonight. That game is scoreless. The A's are back in the Bronx. They trail the Yankees 1-0. Washington Nationals are at home against Pittsburgh. The Nats lead at 1-0. 1-2 pitch to Stott is fastball way off the plate and outside. It's 2-2. A 2-2 pitch from Charlie. Curveball swung on and just got a piece of it to stay alive. Fouled it off the plate. It's 2-2. Charlie Morton with 38 pitches already. The 2-2 delivery is swung on, and that pitch is dumped into left field right in front of Ozuna. Marcel will flip it back into the infield, and it's a 1-out single for Bryson Stott. That'll bring the center fielder, the number 9 hitter, Mickey Moniak, to the plate. Moniak's batting 160, no home runs, 1 RBI, 410 OPS. Of course, he's getting playing time because of the injury to Bryce Harper. First pitch on the way to Moniak is a curveball outside. It's 1-0. Charlie Morton flips it back over to first to keep the runner at bay. He's back under the tag in plenty of time. We'll do it again at 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Charlie as Travis d'Arnaud sets up outside. He'll flip it over to first again. That time almost caught Stott leaning. It's much closer play at the bag. Braves lead it by 1. The 1-0 pitch, curveball at the knees, taken for a strike. It's 1-1. Braves hoping to get Eddie Rosario back soon, very soon, hopefully by the end of this week. Tyler Matzek's rehab down in Single A, Augusta. They plan to get him an inning in tonight. The 1-1 pitch is fouled off the plate by Moniak. It's 1-2. If you missed the news earlier, Freddie Freeman fired his agent. You got to wonder, as the 1-2 pitch is on the way from Morton, as swung on, just got a piece of it. It's 1-2. You got to wonder if some notes were compared when Freddie came into Atlanta this past weekend. And if he found out that the agent wasn't on the up and up with him. Because I find the timing very interesting as Morton tosses it over to first. He got him. He caught Stott leaning, and there's out number 2. Good pickoff move by Charlie. In one motion, he kind of spun and fired. He tried to get back to the bag, but Olsen had the tag on the top of the shoulder blade just before he could touch the bag. He's definitely out, and there's 2 away. Good move by Charlie. We all know Max Fried's got a heck of a move. That was a superb move by Charlie Morton. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Moniak, and it's a fastball way outside. It's now 2-2. But you got to figure that can't be a coincidence that Freeman visits Atlanta for the first time, talks to their higher ups as the 2-2 misses high, and it's 3-2. Talks to their higher ups probably the first time since the signing, and then all of a sudden fires his agent. You could tell Freeman misses Atlanta and really wanted to be back in Atlanta. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That ball is swung on and hit high and deep into right field, but underneath it is Duvall. Got him right in his tracks, and he makes the catch. That'll end the inning. So Atlanta will send Harris, Swanson, and d'Arnaud to the plate. The Braves lead it 2-1.
You think you have it bad right now? Well, here's a little perspective. Caitlin from Instagram is super tired from leg day.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1979, the Yankees introduced a mascot named Dandy. He was a pinstriped bird with a Yankees hat and a mustache. 3 years after Dandy was created, the Yankees decided to discontinue the mascot and destroyed the costume with an industrial shredder. Tom Brady initially retired on February 1st before unretiring 40 days later on March 13th. Carlos Beltran was briefly the Mets manager from November 1st, 2019 before stepping down 76 days later on January 16th. This means that Carlos Beltran was the Mets manager longer than Tom Brady was retired.
September 6, 1918. Far different from any incident that has ever occurred in the history of baseball was the great moment of the first World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the Boston Red Sox. As the crowd of 19,274 spectators stood up to take the afternoon yawn, the band broke forth to the strains of the Star-Spangled Banner as the ball players turned quickly about and faced the music. And when the final notes came, a great volume of melody rolled across the field. The onlookers exploded into thunderous applause.
The wartime crowd sang so enthusiastically that the performance was repeated at every game of the series. From then on, the song was an integral part of the national pastime. It did not become the official national anthem until 1931. The Red Sox won the World Series that year, beating the Chicago Cubs 4-2. One of the series stars was the young pitcher Babe Ruth, who had won both his starts, including a masterful 1-0 shutout. It was Boston's fourth World Championship in the decade.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch is swung on by Michael Harris, and he'll dump it into right field for a leadoff single just over the second baseman, who's giving it chase, but really had no play on it. And Harris stands on first with nobody out. First pitch hunting, and he got it right off the edge of the bat, fisted it into right field. There's one on, nobody out here in the Braves top of the third. That brings Dansby Swanson to the plate. He's 0 for 1 on the night. First pitch, though, he gave it a ride. Wheeler spins and flips it over to first to keep Harris close by. And we await the first pitch of the at bat. Wheeler at 33 pitches. So Atlanta would love to get into that Philadelphia bullpen sooner than later. First pitch by Wheeler is swung on. First pitch going again. And this ball's going back against the wall. And Herrera's got it out the warning track. Michael Harris is going to tag up, head first, slide into second, and he'll make it. Great job of base running by Michael Harris, as Dansby was once again trying to ambush Wheeler on the first pitch. Both of the balls that he has hit has been into the right field area. That one, he gave it a little farther ride than the first one. So Michael Harris leads off second with one away, and d'Arnaud, who's 1 for 1 with a solo bomb, comes to the plate to face Wheeler. Wheeler looks over his shoulder at Harris, and the first pitch is at the knees. Might have been a tad low. But he called it a strike. It's 0-1. Darnode, by the way, a 17-game on-base streak that was extended after the solo shot. The 0-1 pitch is another slider, outer edge, taken for a strike. It's 0-2. Braves 2, Phillies 1. 0-2 pitch to Darnode is swung on him. Fastball was hammered high and foul, out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Anything that would drop into the outfield would most likely score Harris with his blazing speed. Wheeler looks in and swung on, and that ball's dribbled up the middle, and here comes Harris. He's on his horse rounding third, and he'll score easily. The throw from center field is cut off to keep Darnode from advancing, and the Braves lead it 3-1. Good piece of hitting by Darnode. The shift was not on there. They were playing a pretty vanilla infield defense, and Darnode shot it right back up the middle. Wheeler had no chance of making a play on it. And about a 17 hopper makes it to the center field glove. And it's 3-1 Atlanta. That brings Olson to the plate. Matt Olson, he's 1 for 1 with the home run. First pitch is outside for a ball, 1-0. Matt Olson, a little overshadowed this weekend. The 1-0 pitch is missed high and outside. It's 2-0. I'm sure Olson is glad that nonsense is over with. I was all in favor of welcoming Freddie home, but it got a little absurd there the second and third night. It's all the national telecast wanted to harp on. Here's the 2-0 pitch swung on and missed by Olson. 96 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 2-1. No matter what fans think of it, Matt Olson is our first baseman now. You got to get behind the guy. And there's nothing to say Freddie may not return to Atlanta one day. The 2-1 pitch to Olson is swung on and missed 96 miles an hour up in his kitchen, inner part of the plate, and it's 2-2. Braves lead at 3-1. 2 solo shots in the top of the first, and then Darnode gets his second RBI of the night, sending Harris home just a moment ago. The 2-2 pitch to Olson is swung on, just got a piece of it to stay alive. It's 2-2. They're going to the bottom of the third in Queens. The Astros lead the Mets 4-0. Olson gets set for the 2-2 delivery. Wheeler rears back and zings it, and that ball is popped up way out of play behind home plate. We'll do it again at 2-2. This would be a big bounce back win for the Braves, not just after that disaster on Sunday night, but also give yourself some breathing room against the Phillies and maybe able to pick up a game from New York. Here's the 2-2 pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3, outer half, looked like the slider, just could not time it up, and there's 2 away. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley is 0 for 1 on the night. 18 home runs, 43 RBI. He hasn't been as hot as he was a little early. Like to see his bat get going. Atlanta, first of 3 games against Philly. The first pitch is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's grounded foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. This weekend, Atlanta goes to Cincinnati. We'll have the call Friday night. It is an early start, 6:40 Eastern first pitch. Put that on your calendar. Cincinnati starts their games much earlier. Oh, 1 delivery from Wheeler is hammered down the third base line, but just foul, and it's 0-2. That ball just missed the chalk. That would have been 2 bases for sure. With Darnold on the base pass, probably wouldn't have been a run. You probably would have had runners on second and third. The 0-2 pitch from Wheeler, his 48th of the evening, is on the way. Fastball swung on and hammered down the right field line. That's going to get in the corner, rattle around like a pinball. Here comes Darnold. He's heading for third. They're going to put the brakes on, and the Braves have runners on second and third and 2 away. So we missed a double down the left field line by inches, and Riley just decided to poke it down the right field line. His 16th double of the 2022 season. Great piece of hitting. It was a fastball in the outer part of the plate, and he just went with it. Very Dansby Swanson-like. And that puts the runners, both of them, in scoring position for Marcell Ozuna. Marcell, a single would possibly score 2. First pitch on the way to Marcell is a curveball or slider swung on a miss. It's might have just got a piece of that, fouled it away. It's 0-1. Marcell 0 for 1 on the night. Grounded out to first in the first. He gets set for the 50th pitch of the night, and it's a fastball swung on and missed. Might have got a piece of it. It fell out of Real Muto's glove. So he might have gotten just a hair of it, and it's 0-2. Now Ozuna is quickly in an 0-2 hole. See what Wheeler dials up here. You got to figure he's going to try to get him to chase. Marcel's done a pretty good job recently of just poking him into the outfield when he's got 2 strikes. The first pitch, the 0-2 pitch, is a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-2. Did that the other night where he just shortened his swing a little bit and just kind of lifted it into center field over the second baseman's head against the Dodgers. You'd love to see something like that. Now Riley, with pretty decent speed, would probably score. The 1-2 delivery on the way and swung on and missed strike 3. Fastball heater right inside the kitchen. He could not get it. So that'll end the inning, but not before Atlanta adds a run. We'll head to the bottom of the third inning. Atlanta leads it 3-1.
What's my body count? That is incredibly rude. I have 1 manslaughter conviction. The rest I was acquitted.
Yeah, Rob was kind of a shot in the dark. He came up on his pre-draft visit, had a bad visit. We put him in a room, came back. He was asleep on the floor. Didn't make a very good impression.
He was what? He was sleeping on the floor?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. While the Angels now have their own stadium in Anaheim, they used to play their home games at Dodger Stadium. In the early 1960s, the Angels were a brand new team and had to share the stadium with the Dodgers because a dedicated field had not been built for them. Eventually, in 1966, the Angels got their own ballpark. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said, if I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me.
Do you see Kaepernick coming back? I mean, he tried out with the Raiders recently.
I heard it was a disaster. I heard it was one of the worst workouts ever.
I'm wondering how the hell this happened and the tape didn't get out, right? I mean, somebody wasn't over the fence or nothing. Come on, man. We live in a world right now where you put a drone up. Hey, it ain't like they can stop you. They ain't gonna stop the workout. Talking about there's a drone up there. We don't know who this is. I mean, what? Come on, let's run this.
Armchair.
Who is he anyhow? An actor? No. A dentist? No. He's a gambler. Then added, he's the man who fixed the World Series back in 1919. Fixed the World Series, I repeated. The idea staggered me. It never occurred to me that one man could start to play with the faith of 50 million people with the single-mindedness of a burglar blowing a safe. How did he happen to do that? He just saw the opportunity. Why isn't he in jail? They can't get him, old sport. He's a smart man.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 3-1. And Charlie Morton goes back out to the hill for the bottom of the third. The first pitch misses wide to Schwarber. It's 1-0. Schwarber walked in his first plate appearance, so he does not have an official at bat today. The 1-0 pitch is way outside, taken for a ball. It is now 2-0. Walks got Charlie in trouble in the first inning. He's starting this inning out at 2-0. The 2-0 delivery. Fastball at the knees. Might have been a tad low. Schwarber doesn't like it. It's 2-1. Remember, Schwarber's the one that exploded on Angel Hernandez earlier this year. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a curveball taken inside for a ball. It's now 3-1. Standing on deck is Rhys Hoskins. 3-1 pitch, fastball way outside, ball 4, and Schwarber walks for the second time tonight. There's one on and nobody out here in the bottom of the third. Those free passes normally come back to bite you. They did the first time for Atlanta. Schwarber came around to score the last time up off of his free pass, and he's at it again. So that'll bring up Rhys Hoskins. Rhys Hoskins comes up to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. He singled in the first, and the first pitch to Hoskins is way outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Hoskins batting .248 now with 13 home runs. Charlie Morton asked for a reset of the signs, so they'll go through it again. Morton flips it over to first, trying to get Schwarber napping. No such luck, as the left fielder scampers back to first well before the throw. We'll do it again at 1-0. 1-0 pitch is going to be called outside sinker. I guess that was wide. Looked like it hit the zone. It's 2-0. That left-handed bat in the outfield with Rosario coming back would be huge. The 2-0 pitch is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's now 3-0 to Hoskins. Might be time for Kranitz, the pitching coach, to go out there and talk to Charlie. 3-0 delivery from Morton is swung on and missed right over the top. Most likely the sinker. It's 3-1. Braves 3, Phillies 1. Game 1 of a 3-game set in Philadelphia. The 3-1 delivery. Inside ball 4. And Charlie Morton has now walked the first 2 batters on 10 pitches. And that'll bring up to the plate the dangerous bat of Nick Castellanos, the designated hitter. Kranitz is not coming out to the mound. They showed him stirring around in the dugout, thought he might come out and talk to him, kind of get things settled down a little bit, but no dice. The first pitch on the way to Castellanos is swung on, and he hits this into right field on the move, and making the play is Duvall. Duvall makes the diving catch, and not sure what happened here. They at least doubled off one runner. Is that a triple play? To see what's going on here, Duvall fired it back into second. They definitely tagged the runner between first and third. Now, whether or not Schwarber had already left the bag, I think Philadelphia is taking a look to see if he actually made the catch. Looking at the replay, he made the catch. He definitely underhanded snow cone. Schwarber did tag up, so Schwarber should be okay. But it was the runner coming from first to second, Hoskins. I think he thought the ball fell, so he was running to second to try to make the bag before the automatic out, excuse me. It was really close in Hoskins' defense. Hoskins thought maybe the ball had fallen. So when the ball came back into second, it was thrown and relayed to Arcia. Arcia came up and jogged up and tagged Hoskins, who was in no man's land. I don't think the Braves have end of 3 sitting on their bottom line, but it looked like Hoskins tagged up. In fact, there's a big conversation over at third base with Hoskins, the Braves infield. Hell, even Ozuna has come in. About 7 or 8 guys standing over at third base. It looked like that Duvall made the catch, and then Hoskins left second. So one way or the other, whether he caught that ball or not, Schwarber tagged it from second. Schwarber should be safe. So what it should be when they clip this whole thing cleared out, it'll be Schwarber on third with 2 away. Philadelphia is challenging it because I think the ruling on the field was that, and that's why the bottom line says that on your screen if you've got this on at home, is a triple play. But Schwarber was tagging up from second. The ball barely got in the webbing of Duvall's glove, but he definitely caught the ball. Unbelievable play by Duvall. You see the glove opened up and it just got in the webbing, never hit the ground. Braves are all kind of smirking because I think they know that it's not a triple play, but it's definitely a double play. Schwarber has yet to leave third base, waiting on the ruling. Meanwhile, over in Queens, Houston has a 4-0 lead, and they have a runner on second with 1 away in the top of the 4th. So the Braves have a chance to make up some ground. As we wait for the the call from New York as they are reviewing it. I see D and Braden going back and forth about Matt Olson. You know, the other thing about Matt Olson too, he's a hometown kid. He's an Atlanta kid. So I think it's time to turn the page. I do think Freddie Freeman eventually comes back to Atlanta, whether he asks for a trade down the road or he just resigns as a free agent to the end of his career. And there's nothing saying Atlanta wouldn't sign him as a designated hitter at a hometown price. I could definitely see him doing that. Still waiting for the call in New York. Charlie Morton, by the way, is started to do some light tossing to Darno because it's such a long delay. It's been over 5 minutes and 11 seconds of replay review as we speak right now. I don't know what they could be possibly taking this long on. Duvall caught the ball. The only thing is if they're just double checking to see if Schwarber made the actual tag up. So I think after the dust clears, it looks like that is going to be the ruling on the field. You're going to have a runner on third with 2 away. And a great play by Duvall puts Hoskins out. So to put a cap on that play, it was a 9-4 put out with the runner running from first to second. He kind of stopped in no man's land because I think Hoskins was confused on whether the ball was caught or not. So that'll bring up to the plate Real Muto. Real Muto takes the first curveball in the dirt. Outside, it's 1-0. So runner is on third base with 2 away. Charlie Morton now about to throw his 60th pitch of the evening. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is 94 mile an hour inside for a ball. It's 2-0. Houston now leads New York, the New York Mets 5-0. Two-0 pitch from Charlie is a sinker in the dirt, and it's now 3-0. The 3-0 pitch from Morton to Real Muto is swung on and fisted, just drops foul down the right field line. That was too close for comfort as that just peeled off down the right field line. That would have dropped in a run for sure. Here's the 3-1, and it swung on and hit high, but not very deep underneath it. Is the man of the hour, Duvall. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. So Phillies put 2 on and nobody out, but failed to score after an incredible defensive play by Adam Duvall in right field. We'll be back in the flash. The Braves lead it 3-1.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
Here's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Course back. Big over opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline, stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass, and it's in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 3-1 as we head to the top of the fourth inning. Should be noted, this is the first game of a 20-day marathon by the Braves with no days off. First pitch on the way to Ford, who digs in from the left side, is a fastball, outer edge. It's 0-1. Of course, the big thing with that will be managing the bullpen. The 0-1 pitch is slider missed inside, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Ford's open stance, gets ready for the 1-1 pitch. He serves it into almost left field. A jumping Didi Gregorius makes the catch, and there's one away. Thought that ball was going to have a little more height on it and get into left field. But Gregorius was right there, just had to do a little bit of a hop. And that brings up Orlando Arcia. Arcia, a little bit of a slump, now batting .286 on the year as the 95-mile-an-hour fastball's on the outer edge. For a strike, it's 0-1. 0-1 pitch on the way is a fastball inside. Just got a piece of it. It's a strike no matter how, and it's 0-2. Just tipped it into the glove of the catcher, but really doesn't matter with one strike. The 0-2 pitch, curveball in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Wheeler himself is up to what will be now his 59th pitch of the evening. He's looking for a quick inning. The 1-2, does Arcia go around? And they say he did. I don't know about that. But it's an out nonetheless. There's two away. Kind of a liberal zone there for, it was not the home plate umpire. It was first base umpire Walcott. Didn't look like that the bat head went all the way through, but that'll bring up Duvall. Duvall's 0-for-1 on the night, but has made some great defensive plays. First pitch is in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. One-0 pitch to Duvall is a fastball at the knees, outer edge. It's 1-1. Cardinals and Marlins have gotten going. They're in the top of the third. It's 0-0. The 1-1 pitch from Wheeler. Swung on and grounded to third. Over there's Bohm. He'll throw it across the diamond. It's in the dirt. Good scoop by Hoskins, and that'll end the inning. It's a 3-up and 3-down for the Atlanta Braves. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. Braves lead it 3-1.
God would never let me be successful. He'll kill me first. He'll never let me be happy.
I thought you didn't believe in God.
I do for the bad things.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him.
Gonna throw and a run, complete to the 25, to the 30, Lindsey Scott, 35, 41, Lindsey, 25, 20, 50, 10, 5, Lindsey Scott, Lindsey Scott, Lindsey Scott.
Second down from the 3. Comes the blitz, quick flip, caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh boy, is that going to be controversial. Gaffney, the freshman. My goodness.
If he had it, he didn't have it very long, that's for sure.
And this one's in the history books. And inexplicably, the Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years.
Armchair.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
1-1 pitch. A long drive to right. Ramirez turns to the track. She's gone. Dave Justice, all is forgiven in Atlanta. Bob, it's okay to talk the talk if you can walk the walk. Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Philadelphia Phillies 3-1 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. The first pitch on the way to Didi Gregorius is a pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 delivery from Charlie is a curveball missed way outside. It's 2-0. 2 curveballs, 2 balls on the outer part of the plate. In fact, that one was actually in the batter's box. Beautiful night here in Philadelphia. As the 2-0 pitch is on the way, fastball, did he go around? They're going to say he did not. It's now 3-0 to Gregorius. The 3-0 pitch, fastball, outer edge, ball 4. It's a 4-pitch walk from Charlie, really struggling with his command tonight. Charlie Morton on the night he has struck out 3, but he has walked 4. That'll bring Odubel Herrera. You keep walking the leadoff man, it's not going to turn out well. We'll hit the scoreboard here in 1 second as we get set for Herrera to dig into home plate. With 1 on and nobody out. The left-handed batter with the open stance. First pitch is swung on and popped up. Will that stay in play? Riley gives it chase over by the dugout. He'll make the catch. That ball just stayed inside the park. He had to lean over the Braves dugout, and there's 1 away. Washington leads Pittsburgh 1-0. That game is in the 5th. Yankees 2, A's 0, bottom 4. Blue Jays 4-1 over the Red Sox. That game is in the bottom of the 4th as well. Twins lead the Guardians 3-0 in the 4th inning. Guardians won the first game of that doubleheader today, 3-2. Milwaukee and Tampa Bay, they are scoreless. That game is in the 4th. And in New York, the first pitch on the way to Alec Boehm is at the knees. It's 0-1. In New York, the Houston Astros lead the Mets 5-0 in the bottom of the 4th. Miami has jumped in front of St. Louis 2-0. That game is in the third as Charlie spins and fires it over to first, trying to catch Didi napping. Didi underneath the tag. We'll do it again. It's 0-1 to Alec Bohm. Reds and Cubs just got going. They're in the second scoreless. Texas 1, Kansas City 0, bottom 1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that ball is swung on and fisted foul down past first base, and it's 0-2. Dodgers and Colorado, they're starting to warm up. They'll be getting going here in about 10 minutes. And later on tonight, not yet started, White Sox and Angels. The Padres are at the Diamondbacks. Giants host the Tigers, and Baltimore is in Seattle. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Morton, and the ball is hammered into right field. It's going to get down for a single. Duvall chases it, charges it, fires it into third, keeps Didi Gregorius from advancing. So the runners are on first and second and one away for the bottom of the order of the Houston Astros. Fastball was hit hard into right field, very reminiscent of the one that Riley hit into the corner a couple of innings ago. So that'll bring up the left-handed bat of Bryson Stott. He's 1 for 1 on the night with a single in the second inning. First pitch on the way is a fastball right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves 3, Phillies 1. Bottom of the fourth inning. The 0-1 delivery from Charlie is swung on and curveball hit foul into the Phillies dugout, and it's 0-2. It must be late June in the South. I see everyone chiming in on college football. Starting early this year, I saw there's a handful of games August 27th, not your traditional Labor Day weekend. It's starting a week early. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Whoa, fastball almost got away. Good leaping stab by Darnode, and it's 1-2. Kind of wonder how much longer they're going to let Charlie go here. He has just not had it tonight. He's kind of danced through the raindrops, holding on to a 3-1 lead. 1-2 pitch on the way, right there at the knees. Called a ball. It's 2-2. Stott kind of leaped out of the way, but that was all showmanship there. He was frozen. That pitch was right there on the zone. It should have been called a strike. The 2-2 pitch to Stott. He asks for time. He steps out of the box for a second. Two-two delivery, swung on and bounced over to first. Olson's got it. He'll step on the pillow, and there's one away and 2 away. Both runners move up 90 feet. Olson really had no play other than to just step over to the bag and get the force. That'll bring the number 9 hitter, Moniak, to the plate. Moniak, a left-handed hitter, filling in for the injured Bryce Harper. He's 0 for 1 on the night. The fly out in the second. Lefty-righty matchup is Morton fires in first pitch, and it is a curveball just off the plate. It's 1-0. You'd hope Morton will be a little more aggressive with Moniak. Schwarber stands on deck. The 1-0 pitch is a curveball right there at the knees. Taken for a strike. It's 1-1. Wind's blowing out to right field. The 1-1 pitch, curveball on the outer half, and it's called for a strike. It's now 1-2. Runners on second and third, 2 away. The 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. Just tipped it into the glove of Darno. Great job by Travis to hold on to that pitch, and that'll end the inning. So once again, the Phillies put runners on but fail to score. It's 3-1 Atlanta. We head to the top of 5.
You better get that checked out.
Better get that checked out?
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 3-1. I see y'all talking about the college football rankings. I do have a Lindy's 2022 Lindy's. The official rankings have not come out yet, but a couple of publications have, and they're pretty much following each other. The number 1 team in the country right now, according to Lindy's, is Alabama. First pitch is grounded by Michael Harris and going to be flipped over to first base for an out. There's one away. Harris swung at the first pitch, and it was a weak grounder to second. First pitch to Dansby Swanson is at the knees, actually just below the knees, but called for a strike. It's 0-1. Swanson 0 for 2 on the night. That's the first pitch he's taken, and the 0-1 is down below the knees. It's 1-1. The rest of the Lindy's top 25, get it to it in a second. The 1-1 pitch is a fastball swung on and fouled down the right field line. 3 fielders give it chase, but it's going to bend into the seats, and it's 1-2. So what Lindy's has, and ESPN is mirroring this as they did what they called a too early top 25. Your coaches and writers poll won't come out for about a month, a little over a month. But Alabama's number 1, Ohio State 2, and Georgia 3, with Clemson 4, and Texas A&M number 5. The 1-2 delivery from Wheeler to Swanson's in the dirt. Ball 2 evens the count. It's 2-2. Rounding out that top 10 is Michigan, Utah, who starts the season in the swamp against the Gators, Notre Dame, Oklahoma State, and Oklahoma. And that's your top 10 of college football. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Dansby Swanson 0 for 3 on the night now with 2 flyouts and a strikeout. That brings up Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. Travis d'Arnaud hit a 399-foot home run in the top of the first inning to make it 1-0. He then sent a single up the middle to bring Michael Harris home. So he's 2 for 2 on the night, and the first pitch is swung on and missed. It's 0-1. The rest of the teams in the South that folks are interested in college football, Arkansas is 13th, Miami 14th. As the 0-1 pitch from Wheeler is a fastball high and inside, it's 1-1. North Carolina State, a little surprising, they are 15th in the country. Ole Miss 17th, Wake Forest 18th. Here's the 1-1 pitch off the plate, taken for a ball. It is 2-1. Kentucky is 24th. And the Tennessee Volunteers are number 26. 2-1 delivery from Wheeler is fastball high. Ball 3, it's 3-1. LSU 29th. They start the season Labor Day weekend at home against Florida State, who is 40th. Here's the 3-1 pitch, swung on and fastball out of the zone, but swung on and missed. It's 3-2. South Carolina Gamecock fans, your team is ranked 45th and Auburn is 46th. Of course, these are not official polls. They're just publications that come out. 3-2 pitches, just got a piece of it, stay alive. Good job by d'Arnaud. It's 3-2. I can't resist, though. The moment I see these football magazines hit the shelf in your local grocery store, I always scoop them up. I know nowadays it's smarter just to read it all online, but there's something about having that magazine. For whatever reason, we tend to get the publications earlier than most. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on and hit high and deep into right field. Herrera gives chase into foul territory, and he makes the catch. So that'll end the inning. Another 3 up, 3 down by the Braves. They're clinging to a lead over Philadelphia. It's 3-1. We head to the bottom of 5.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The San Francisco Giants were very close to becoming the Toronto Giants. In 1976, Giants owner Horace Stoneham sold the team to a group of companies in Toronto. The Toronto Giants were set to debut later that year, but a U.S. court stopped the deal. After hearing the news, a man named Bob Lurie bought the Giants and kept them in San Francisco.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
Myers bringing it, and the pitch is hit in the air, foul, off first, Benzinger backing and calling, and the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Bell, left field, way back, Blue Jays win it! The Blue Jays are World Series champions! Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Armchair.
On August 2nd, 1907, I encountered the most threatening sight I ever saw on a ball field. He was only a rookie, and we licked our lips as we warmed up. Evidently, manager Pongo Joe Cantillon had picked a rube out of the cornfields of the deepest bushes to pitch against us. He was a tall, shambling galoot with arms so long they hung far out of his sleeves and with a sidearm delivery that looked unimpressive at first glance. One of the Tigers imitated a cow mooing, and we hollered, "Get the pitchfork ready, Joe. Your hayseed's on the way back to the barn." The first time I faced him, I watched him take that easy wind-up, and then something went past that made me flinch. The thing just hissed with danger. We couldn't touch him. Every one of us knew we'd met the most powerful arm ever turned loose in a ballpark. Ty Cobb.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 3-1. It's time to turn back time as we try to do it here in the fifth inning every game. On this date in 1907, Branch Rickey, the same Branch Rickey that would go on to revolutionize the Cardinals farm system and bring Jackie Robinson to Major League Baseball, breaking the color barrier as the first pitch is right around the letters over the plate for a strike to Schwarber. It's 0-1. Schwarber swings at the 0-1 pitch. He gives it a ride, but plenty of air underneath it. Underneath it is Duvall, who's been really busy tonight. There's one away. That same Branch Rickey broke a record that I'm sure he wished he hadn't have broken on this date in 1907. He was stolen on in Major League Baseball record, 13 steals on Branch Rickey on this date in 1907. On this date in 1976, the Bird, Mark Fidrich of the Detroit Tigers, is the first pitch is off the plate to Hoskins. It's 1-0. The Bird, Mark Fidrich, on this date in 1976, one hits the New York Yankees on Monday Night Baseball. 1-0 pitch is on the way. Curveball at the knees. It's 1-1. Very famous game as it got huge ratings for a midsummer classic. The 1-1 delivery, fastball at the knees, 93 miles an hour, and it's 1-2. If you haven't seen the documentary on the Bird that Major League Baseball Network put together a few years ago, highly recommend it. 1-2 pitch from Charlie is swung on and fouled out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. On this date, 1984, Dwight Evans of the Boston Red Sox hits for the cycle, and he gets that final home run for the cycle in walk-off fashion. He hits a 3-run bomb as the Red Sox beat the Mariners 9-6 in Fenway. The 1-2 pitch, does he go around? And this time the first base umpire says he does not. It's 2-2. This date in 2007, Craig Biggio, the Hall of Famer, collected his 3,000th hit in Colorado against Aaron Cook. The 2-2 on the way to Hoskins, swung on and grounded to third. Make it short. Dansby's got it. He flips it over to first, and there's one away. Thought that ball was going to get over to Riley, but it ended up in closer to the center. And a charging Swanson made a hustling play to get the out. That puts two away here in the bottom of the fifth. Charlie Morton could really use this quick inning. He's at 87 pitches. Seems to be a lot sharper in this inning than he has been in the others. That brings Nick Castellanos, who's 0 for 2 on the night, to the plate. First pitch is hammered right to Dansby at short. He gets the one hopper, flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So just like that, 1, 2, 3. And we're head to the top of the sixth. Atlanta leads it 3-1.
coming out of retirement
Whoa,
for this
whoa,
one.
whoa, what?
Yeah.
Buddy, I don't know who you are. You're about to get chlamydia.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Billy Wagner is possibly the best left-handed reliever of all time. Despite being a lefty, Wagner was born a natural righty. At the age of 7, he broke his right arm not once, but twice. While recovering, Billy learned to throw left-handed, and the rest is history. You might think that the St. Louis Cardinals are named after the bird, but that's not the case. In 1899, a reporter named Willie McHale overheard a woman talking about the, at the time, St. Louis Perfectos uniforms, saying that they were a lovely shade of cardinal. Fans liked the moniker Cardinals, and the name stuck.
Armchair.
Washington manager Joe Cantillon had received a report about a 19-year-old pitcher said to be tearing up the Idaho State League. This boy throws so fast you can't see him, the scout said, and he knows where he is throwing because if he didn't, there would be dead bodies all over Idaho. Walter Perry Johnson was a modest country boy from Humboldt, Kansas, with broad shoulders, long arms, and a curious motion that delivered the ball faster than any other pitcher had before him, and perhaps none has since. Still, he was cautious. Before signing up, he asked for a return ticket home, just in case things didn't work out back east. Things did work out. Johnson hurled the ball so fast that one batter left the box after 2 swings. The umpire told him he had a 3rd swing coming. "I know," he said, "and you can have the next one. It won't do me any good." "There's only one way to time Johnson's fastball," said Bertie McCree. "When you see the arm start forward, swing." Another batter simply shook his head. "You can't hit what you can't see."
In the words of the umpire, Billy Evans, said, "Was it hard to call a game that Walter Johnson was pitching?" And he said, "Well, it wasn't really that hard. They wouldn't second guess me because not only were my eyes closed, their eyes were closed too."
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 3-1. Van Winkle, I see your comment. Yeah, I barely remember Spaceman. I know he played for the Red Sox, but I caught him when he was with Montreal. That's when I was just a kid. But I've seen a documentary on him too that was actually pretty good. First pitch is inside to Olsen, but they're going to call it a strike. Okay, it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery to Olsen is a curveball down below the knees and off the plate. It's 1-1. They used to have so much better nicknames back then, didn't they? The Bird, Spaceman. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's outside, taken for a ball. It's now 2-1. I think the reason why that's gone by the wayside is because you don't have the sports writers that people live off of. And they were the ones that always gave the nickname monikers. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Fastball right by Olsen. It's 2-2. Olsen's 1 for 2 on the night, has a home run. Braves would love to extend this lead a little bit. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and hit hard into center field, but right at the center fielder. Moniak makes the play. There's one away. That brings Austin Riley to the plate. Riley facing Wheeler for the 3rd time now. Wheeler's at 81 pitches. Riley 1 for 2 on the night. First pitch is swung on and missed, slider down below the knees. It's 0-1. Wheeler spins, kicks and deals, and it's a fastball inside 95 miles an hour, pushing Riley off the plate, evens the count at 1-1. It is now 7-0 in Queens as the Astros 1-1 pitch swung on and missed, strike 2. It's 1-2 to Austin Riley. The Astros lead the Mets 7-0. So if the Braves can win here, they can take advantage of what looks like to be a Mets loss, possibly. Here's the 1-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3, and the rake goes down and heads back to the dugout. There's 2 away. Another quick inning so far by Atlanta will bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Make that 9-0. As soon as I said that, Gurriel hit a 2-run home run. It's 9-0 in New York. Carrasco was on the hill tonight for them. In the minor leagues, Max Scherzer is making another start for the Rumble Ponies. Here's the first pitch on the way to Ozuna. It's a fastball off the plate. It's 1-0. Kind of suspect this will be his last outing in the minors. We thought that last week. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's inside to Ozuna. Ball 2, it's 2-0. You wonder if they would be this cautious with Scherzer if they didn't have such a big lead in the East. The 2-0 pitch is a fastball right down the pipe, taking all the way with Ozuna. It's 2-1. To finish up turn back time, got to hit this one. On this date 10 years ago in 2012, Chipper Jones goes to the Atlanta Braves Hall of Fame. As the 2-1 pitches miss low, it's 3-1. Number 10 becomes the 10th Brave into the Atlanta Braves Hall of Fame. That was on this date, turn back time here in Braves Country Baseball. The 3-1 pitch is a fastball outside, ball 4. And Marcell Ozuna will head down to first base with Big Mike Ford coming to the plate. Wheeler is now sitting at 90 pitches, by the way. We'll see how much longer they'll leave him in. He's been pitching pretty well. I would think they're going to let him face Ford. Ford is 0 for 2 on the night, a strikeout and a line out to shortstop that almost got into left field. First pitch to Ford is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. They checked down the third base line, but Ford definitely did not go on that one. Braves 3, Philly 0. Appreciate you stopping in for Braves Country Baseball here every Tuesday and Friday night. I'm Mac McGee bringing you the action. The 1-0 pitch is outside and high. It's now 2-0 to Ford. The one thing Ford can do is he can put a charge into the ball. Standing on deck for the Braves is Arcia. The 2-0 pitch as Real Muto sets up outside. 90-mile-an-hour slider called for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 2-1. A 2-1 pitch to Ford as Wheeler looks over his shoulder. Now he gets set. They set up outside again. Here's the delivery and slider off the plate. Ball 3. It's now 3-1. A 3-1 pitch to Ford. Mike Ford, the big lefty with the open stance, gets set. Looks like they're pitching around him as Real Muto's off the plate again. The 3-1 slider swung on and missed. And it's a full count. It's 3-2. So the bad news is he missed the pitch. The good news is Marcell will be off to the races. Runner on first, 2 away. A full count to Mike Ford. Here's the delivery from Wheeler and swung on and fouled down the left field line. 95-mile-an-hour fastball will do it again at 3-2. Braves lead at 3-1. A 3-2 pitch to Mike Ford. Marcel on first with 2 away. He takes off and swung on and missed. Slider. Ford was well over it, and that'll end the inning. So strikeout will end the inning, and the Braves lead it 3-1. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Atlanta 3, Philadelphia 1.
I understand that we're not friends anymore. Okay, look, man, you brought this on yourself. I know I did, but that's no reason for me to suffer.
Make contact. A collective psychosis is sweeping the nation. We're in the thick of the haze craze, and Elysian is introducing an altered state of IPA. Contact Haze is a tangled chemistry of mild haze, low bitterness, and an explosion of hop aroma. This hazy IPA bursts with notes of bright raspberry, currant, citrus, guava, and passion fruit. Available in 6-pack cans in stores. And make contact.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why did Robin Ventura charge the mound against Nolan Ryan? Robin Ventura getting beaten by Nolan Ryan in a headlock is absolutely iconic. But why did Ventura think it was a good idea to go after Ryan? Pudge Rodriguez has gone on record saying that the White Sox and Rangers had bad blood for years, even as recently as the previous series between the two teams. The inning before the fight, White Sox pitcher Alex Fernandez plunked Ranger outfielder Juan Gonzalez. When Nolan Ryan got on the mound, he retaliated by hitting Robin Ventura. Ventura felt that it was intentional, so he decided to go for it. After the game, Nolan Ryan claimed innocence, saying, "I didn't expect that to happen. I was just trying to pitch him inside." Ventura, on the other hand, felt it was 100% intentional, saying, "If you don't think he did it on purpose, you don't know the game. I'm all right. He gave me a couple noogies, but that was about it."
New York writers were determined to make Christy Mathewson the best pitcher, the pitcher hero of all time. And in that sense, they were tended to ignore Walter Johnson. They couldn't do this because Walter Johnson surpassed Mathewson in so many ways. If Walter Johnson were pitching for a team that had the winning percentage of Mathewson's Giants, there would have been no contest.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball, and Charlie Morton's first pitch is on the way to Real Muto, and it's a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1. They're going to run Morton back out there for another inning to see how he fares. The 0-1 pitch is a curveball right there at the knees. Blue's been calling it a strike all night. It's 0-2. Real Muto doesn't like it, but he's been getting the benefit of that call as well. Braves 3, Philly 1. Bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be Real Muto, Didi Gregorius, and Herrera for the Phillies. As Charlie Morton tries to get through this 6th inning unscathed. Braves bullpen should be rested as the 0-2 pitch is fastball off the plate. It's 1-2. With that said, Braves are going to hit 20 games in a row here, 20 days in a row here without a day off. The 1-2 pitch from Morton, that will take us all the way to the All-Star break, by the way. Real Muto asks for time, and here's the 1-2 pitch. It's in the dirt. Fastball. It's 2-2. Atlanta's schedule looks like this. So they're at Philly for the next 2 nights after tonight, and then at Cincinnati to end the week. The 2-2 delivery to Real Muto. Curveball, strike 3, buckled his knees and grabbed the pine. There's 1 away. Next week, the Braves are at home for St. Louis and Washington. We will be here for the Tuesday night game, but the Friday night game, it is my mother-in-law's 75th birthday. We will not be on the air, but we will be back the following week for the Mets. Here's the first pitch to Didi Gregorius. It's in the dirt, but he swings at the curveball. It's 0-1. To finish that thought, Braves will be at home 4 against St. Louis, 3 against Washington, and then 3 against the Mets. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that ball is swung on and hit into left field. Going for the diving stab is Ozuna. The ball gets past him, bouncing around the corner, and Didi Gregorius will be at third. A terrible defensive play by Marcel, and there's one on with one away at third. Double check and make sure that ball actually stayed fair. I believe it did, though. It died. That's a close one. Let's see if we can get another look at that. Yes, it fell right inside the chalk, about a foot inside the chalk. Maybe not, maybe even less. Marcel tried to backhand it, and then the ball went over his leg and rolled to the back wall. And Didi Gregorius, who doesn't run like he used to, still was able to scamper down to third. Dylan Lee is warming up in the Braves bullpen. Marcel just gets in front of that. It's probably a single. So bad defensive play, bad defensive decisioning by Ozuna, puts runner on third with one away. You kind of wonder, as the first pitch is in the dirt, gets away from Darnode, but Gregorius stays at third. It's 1-0. Kind of have to wonder, since Marcel just went to bat in the top of the 6th, why Atlanta, with the 2-run lead, wouldn't have put in Heredia on defense. It's another reason why putting Ford in there at the DH. I don't know about that. Ford hasn't looked good at any of his at-bats so far with Atlanta, and you'd rather have the glove out there in the outfield. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That ball is grounded over to second, but the defense is playing back. So in comes Gregorius. They'll get the out, and there's 2 away. Atlanta leads at 3-2. Braves traded a run for an out. They didn't give an error on the play, but to be honest with you, that is a very generous hometown call, because Ozuna should have been charged with that error. That should not be an earned run, but they're in Philly, so they're getting the benefit of the doubt. That'll bring Bohm to the plate. Alec Bohm is 1 for 2 on the night. First pitch is swung on and missed for a strike. It's 0-1. You knew with Acuna being out, we were going to be tested in the outfield. A little surprised that Snicker didn't pull him. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is outside for a ball. It's 1-1. Guess he's wanting to get one more at bat from Ozuna. The 0-1 delivery from Morton, his 100th of the night, swung on. That ball is going to be dumped into left field. A soft single puts a runner on first and 2 away. Dylan Lee warming up in the bullpen. If he is ready, he may be coming in to face Stott and Moniak, both of them left-handed hitters. But it looks like they're going to stick with Charlie for at least one more batter. Bryson Stott's 1 for 2 on the night. 169 average, 4 home runs on the year. It's in the 5th in New York. Houston leads at 9-0. The first pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. All in all, a gutsy performance by Charlie, who has not had his best stuff, but has pitched better in the last couple of innings. That triple was a very soft hit ball. It was the positioning on the Braves defense and the bad defensive play by Ozuna that led to that run. As Morton flips it over to first to keep the runner at bay. So we'll do it again at 0-1. Miami leads St. Louis 3-1. The 0-1 pitch is swung on. That ball's hit in the gap. Cutting it off is Harris. He'll get it back into the infield. And there's runners on the corners with 2 away. And I would think at that point that'll bring someone out to the mound. Charlie Morton, about out of gas, 102 pitches, and here comes Snicker. So you know what that means. He only comes out for pitching changes. We'll be back in a flash when we come back. Dylan Lee takes the hill. The Braves lead it by 1.
I have never said that you aren't good at what you do. It's just that what you do is not worth doing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Before he retired, Kyle Seager was the active leader in games played without being in the postseason with 1,480 games. The new active leader is now Gene Segura with 1,230 games. To Kyle Seager, I hope you have a happy retirement. The Oakland Athletics mascot is somewhat randomly an elephant, but there is a reason for that. In the early 1900s, New York Giants manager John McGraw told the Athletics owner that he had a white elephant on his hands. A white elephant is something that's not as valuable as the effort needed for it. Athletics manager Connie Mack heard this and decided to make an elephant the team's logo.
Choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3 ounce serving, Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt. Shop at Target.
The greatest ball player of all time? I picked the Detroit man because he is, in my judgment, the most expert man of his profession and is able to respond better than any other ball player to any demand made upon him. He plays ball with his whole anatomy, his head, his arms, his hands, his legs, his feet. I have never seen a man who had his heart more centered in the sport than Cobb has when he's playing. I believe Cobb would continue to play ball if he would charge something for the privilege and if the only spectator were the groundskeeper, Charles Comiskey.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Dylan Lee comes to the game. The lefty sporting a .59 ERA, 11 appearances, 15 and a third innings, 13 strikeouts, 2 walks. And he is set to face Moniak. Moniak, the center fielder. It's a lefty-lefty matchup. And here's the first pitch on the way from Dylan Lee. He kicks and deals, and it's a slider swung on and miss. It's 0-1. Moniak's 0 for 2 on the night. Mickey Moniak playing center field as Herrera slid over to right field this weekend after the Bryce Harper injury. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on and banged off the plate. Foul. Rolls to the back of the screen. It's 0-2. Milwaukee leads Tampa Bay 4-1. That game is in the 6th inning. The 0-2 pitch from Lee. He kicks and fires, and that ball is fouled down the first base line. We'll do it again at 0-2. Marlins lead the Cardinals 3-1. Dodgers 2-1 over Colorado. That game is early on in the second. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That ball is swung on and popped up underneath it as Dansby in shallow center. Michael Harris calls him off. He'll make the catch and we get out of the inning, but not before Philadelphia cuts it to a 1-run game. We head to the top of the 7th and the bottom of the orders coming up for the Braves.
Question 2. Who would you rather spend the night with? A, your wife, or B?
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Sandoval in full territory. Giants win. Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate. High fly ball in the right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared.
Eddie Collins first played in Connie Mack's celebrated $100,000 infield, but was sent to the Chicago White Sox when Mack sold off his championship team. Collins hit over .340 for 10 seasons and played second base with such cheerful confidence in his own skills that opponents and teammates alike called him Cocky Collins.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 3-2, and Wheeler is back out there for inning number 7 as Arcia roasts a first pitch down the right field line. Foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery on the way to Arcia, swung on and fisted over to second base. It's a slow roller, but plenty of time to get it. Is Stott. He'll flip it over to first, and there's one away. Braves hope to have Eddie Rosario and Ronald Acuna Jr. back in the lineup by possibly as early as this weekend. What a different looking lineup that'll be for Atlanta. Of course, Rosario had the eye surgery. He collected 2 hits the other night. No word on what he's done so far tonight. 100th pitch of the night is swung on and missed by Duvall. He fouls it down the third base line. It's 0-1. Top of the 7th, Braves lead it 3-2. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. High fastball, 95 miles an hour. It's 0-2 to Duvall, who is 0 for 2 on the night. Wheeler getting set. He leans back and deals, and it is a fastball in the dirt. It's 1-2. You got to figure this is Wheeler's final inning. He's now at pitch 102 with 1 away. Colin McHugh is warming up in the Braves bullpen. Remember, Kenley Jansen is on the IL, so how the Braves maneuver the back of the game will determine what we see tonight. The first pitch is a fastball in the dirt, and it's 2-2. You got to figure it's probably going to be, I would think, McHugh in the 7th. And though Minter's been better in the 8th, and you could put him in as closer, it'll probably be Minter in the 8th. Oh, the 2-2 pitch runs up and hits Duvall. Got him in the shoulder, fastball, got away from Wheeler. When it first went in, it almost looked like it could have got him in the head. Top of the shoulder, got him on the back side of his arm, tricep area, and then ricocheted off his back. Duvall appears to be okay. And that'll do it for Wheeler. Philadelphia Phillies are heading to the bullpen. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves lead it 3-2.
I'm not saying that it's rough where I live, but my Walmart is selling Father's Day cards in packs of 5.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Big Sexy Bartolo Colon is a very fondly remembered player. When he hit a home run against the Padres in 2016, he actually set a record. He became the oldest player to hit his first career home run at 42 years old. Melky Cabrera announced his retirement on January 14th. In 2012, after getting suspended for high testosterone levels, he made a fake website to try and challenge his suspension. He argued that this phony website he created had given him banned substances without his knowledge. Unsurprisingly, the plan didn't work.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
I will not tolerate profanity, obscene language, or personal insults from my bench. I will always insist, as long as I am manager of the club, that my boys be gentlemen. There is room for gentlemen in any profession. Connie Mack.
Baseball was Mac's livelihood, but it was also his life. And he was worried about the game's integrity. The real name of the man who built the Athletics was Cornelius Alexander McGillicuddy. Born in 1862 to Irish immigrants, he began as a catcher. He spent 11 years in the majors, managed to play every position except third base and pitcher, and vigorously supported John Montgomery Ward and his ill-fated Players League. In 1901, he became part owner of the Philadelphia Athletics and immediately made himself manager, a post he held for 50 years. Connie Mack became baseball's most conspicuous gentleman, managing in coat and tie, demanding that his players be on their best behavior.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseballs. We've got a pitching change. Corey Nabel is going to come in. He used to be the closer for Philly, but has been demoted. 3.56 ERA for the Phillies. And he'll come in with a runner on first and one away, Michael Harrison, then the top of the order. Birthdays today. Remember Kevin Smith, catcher for the Atlanta Braves last year. He is 34 years old today. And another ex-Brave, as we get set for the first pitch to Michael Harris from Nabel, on the way, swung on and hit down the left field line, bending out of play and foul. It's 0-1. Brandon Phillips, better known as a Cincinnati Red, but played for the Braves for the 2017 season. Actually played a pretty good season for the Braves that year. He is 41 years old today. And the great Mark Grace, 58 years old. Mark Grace, a native of Nashville, Tennessee, and lifetime 303 hitter. The Cubs and the Diamondbacks. The 0-1 pitch is a curveball, top of the zone, missed just outside. It's 1-1. Grace, 16 seasons in Major League Baseball, won the World Series in 0-1 with the Diamondbacks. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it swung on and missed. Curveball in the dirt. It's 1-2 to Harris. Chris Spire, the old Montreal Expo, and then later with the Giants and the Cubs, he is 72 years old today. The old shortstop. 1-2 pitch. Michael Harris, the runner on first and one away. Curveball outside, and it's evens the count at 2-2. Outside the world of baseball, John Elway is 62, and Marvin Jones, linebacker for the Jets in Florida State in the 90s, he is 50 years old today. Nabel throws it over to first to keep Duvall close to the bag. We'll do it again at 2-2. Non-sports birthdays. Mel Brooks is 96 years old today. And Kelly Pickler is 36. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and hammered foul down the first base line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves 3, Phillies 2. Top of the 7th. The Braves would love some breathing room for that bullpen. who's down Kenley Jansen. Here's the 2-2 pitch and fastball fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. Nabel Cave unraveled against the Mets in that classic come from behind victory where the Mets scored, was it 7 or 8 runs in the 9th inning a few months ago? That kind of led to where he is now in the bullpen. Still a hard throwing right-hander. 2-2 pitches in the dirt, ball 3, 3-2. When he's on, he's hard to hit. But he has been known for the last couple of years to be off and on. Remember, he used to be a part of that Milwaukee bullpen, the Dodgers as well. Here's a 3-2 pitch from Nabel, and swung on and missed. Curveball was out of the zone and inside, but it's a strikeout to Michael Harris, and there's 2 away. That'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. Swanson oh for 3 on the night. If anyone's due, he is. Dansby Swanson digs in. Righty versus righty matchup. He kicks and deals a curveball outside the zone. Dansby wasn't biting. It's 1-0. Pitch on the way to Swanson. Fastball just off the plate, but Blue's going to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's 1-1. Braves lead at 3-2, top of the 7th, 2 away, 1 on. The 1-1 pitch is at the knees, called for a strike, 96 miles an hour, and it's 1-2. Clayton Kershaw pitching in Colorado tonight is getting rocked a little bit. He's given up 3 earned runs in the 2nd inning. The 1-2 delivery to Swanson from Nabel. Fastball just below the knees, taken for a ball, evens the count at 2-2. Houston still leads 9-0, top of the 7th against the Mets. Two pitch on the way is a curveball way outside and in the dirt. It's now 3-2. So Duvall will be running. Good pitching matchup out in Arizona tonight. Manaea of the Padres going up against Zach Gallen of Arizona. 3-2 pitch. Duvall's off and running. Swung on and flies out to center field. Underneath it is the center fielder Moniak. He makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Atlanta leads it by just 1.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and the whole ball game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2
the two. Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew. He made the gang sing this song. Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out to the ground. I will be the grass. I don't care if I never get back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it over Philadelphia 3-2. The top of the Philadelphia order is coming to the plate. Kyle Schwarber's 0 for 1 with 2 walks and a run scored. Dylan Lee stays in the game, so a lefty-lefty matchup. And the first pitch is on the way and swung on and hit high and deep into center field, over the wall and into the trees. It's a tie ball game. Kyle Schwarber was sitting dead red, and Dylan Lee just laid one in there. It's 3-3. Dylan Lee threw just a get me over curveball, and Schwarber was waiting on it, launched it over the center field wall. No chance for Harris to make any kind of a play on it. It went deep into the trees behind the 401 mark. And it's just like that. It's a brand new ball game. It's tied up. Schwarber, his 175th home run of his career. Dylan Lee gives up the lead and now has to kind of regroup. He now faces Hoskins, Castellanos, and Real Muto, all right-handed hitters. Little surprised that at this point, Snicker's not going to the pen. We'll see how this works out. The first pitch is a curveball at the knees to Hoskins. It's 0-1. Braves 3, Phillies 3. Bottom of the 7th inning here in Philadelphia. The fastball is outside, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Braves scored 2 in the top of the first, 1 in the top of the third, and then have been silent since then. Philly has clawed back. The 1-1 pitch is inside for a ball. It's 2-1. Philly scored 1 in the first. Then Morton settled down in the bottom of the 6th. A run was scored after a bad defensive play by Ozuna, as the 2-1 pitch misses outside, ball 3-1. I don't know how long Snicker's going to let Lee twist in the wind out here. Here's a 3-1 pitch swung on and missed at a curveball that was way out of the zone inside, and it's 3-2. Braves are playing a shift on Hoskins, playing him to pull in the infield. The 3-2 delivery to Hoskins is a curveball swung on and just fouls it back against the screen. It's 3-2. Same two teams at it tomorrow night. The 3-2 pitch to Rhys Hoskins from Dylan Lee on the way, swung on and hit over to the left side, but right on it is Arcia. He throws it into the dirt. It one hops into Olson's glove, and there's one away. Very risky play there by Arcia. And here comes Snicker. He's going to go get Colin McHugh, and McHugh's coming out of the bullpen. We'll be back in a flash. Atlanta and Philly are tied up in the bottom of the 7th.
Your feelings about going to Atlanta, no doubt it was your first preference.
Definitely. And Atlanta chose me, and I'm very pleased with that decision. I can't wait to get to town and get with them fans down there and pack them in there.
When Detroit took the other Sanders, I saw a big grin come across your face.
I was so happy but I was kind of scared. I thought Detroit was going to take me. I would ask for so much money that I had to put me on layaway.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In 1992, Hall of Fame pitcher Hal Newhouser was a scout for the Astros. In that year's draft, the Astros had the number 1 pick, and Newhouser was dead set on getting a certain prospect. But the Astros went against Newhouser, and he was so upset that he quit his job. The player the Astros decided not to pick was Derek Jeter.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Baseball is a red-blooded sport for red-blooded men. It's no pink tea, and mollycoddles had better stay out. It's a struggle for supremacy, a survival of the fittest.
Ty Cobb liked sentimentality in his opponents because he had none himself. Baseball, he said, is something like a war.
Ty Cobb is one of the great natural forces of baseball, testament to how far you can get simply through will. I don't think Ty Cobb had tremendous natural ability. I don't think he would be a great athlete today, but his intensity, his drive was unparalleled. Cobb was pursued by demons, and he took out all of his aggressions on the playing field. Everyone was his enemy.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies are tied up at 3 apiece as we head back here in the bottom of the 7th. There is one out, nobody on, and the first pitch on the way to Castellanos from McHugh is fouled off. It's 0-1. McHugh, 24th appearance, 29 and a third inning. A 3.38 ERA with 6 walks and 34 strikeouts. The 0-1 delivery from McHugh is a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-1. Nick Castellanos 0 for 3 on the night. It hammers the 1-1 pitch, foul down the third base line into the left field foul corner. It's 1-2. McHugh taking his time to get the sign. Here's the 1-2 pitching. Castellanos just gets a piece of it, fouls it away down the right field line. We'll do it again at 1-2. When the Braves come to bat in the top of the 8th inning, Darnode, Olson, and Riley will be due up. Here's the 1-2 pitch and swung on and missed, strike 3. Might have just got a piece of it, but it stayed in Darnode's glove, and there's 2 away. Real Muto comes to the plate. He's 1 for 3 on the night. Now, looking at the 8th inning, if McHugh can get through Real Muto, you got 2 lefties starting off the 8th. So probably you would see Minter. We got to get through Real Muto first. The first pitch on the way is a changeup at the knees. It's 0-1. Snicker's going to have to try to tightrope his way, the next 20 days on which days to pull the trigger on his high leverage guys. As the 0-1 pitch misses, low curveball in the dirt, it's 1-1. And it drives us crazy as fans, but there's going to be nights where he's going to punt it. If the Braves are down by 3 or 4, don't expect him to unload the entire bullpen. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed. Strike 2. It's 1-2. Looking at the schedule, when you got St. Louis and New York on the schedule, both at home, you got to figure those are going to be ones they're going to try to focus on because they're both in the playoff race. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Good, clean 2 batters by McHugh ends the 7th, but not before Philadelphia ties it up with a 1-run blast. We'll head to the top of the 8th inning. Atlanta and Philly tied at 3 apiece.
Well, you know I love my family. It's just sometimes I want to get in the car and run them all over.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. You might know MC Hammer as the rapper who made You Can't Touch This. As a teenager, he was a bat boy for the Oakland Athletics, and Reggie Jackson gave him the nickname Hammer. Jackson thought MC Hammer looked like Hank Aaron, whose nickname was Hammer and Hank. The Yankees currently have a no beards policy, but the Cincinnati Reds actually had a similar policy for around 30 years. In the late 1960s, general manager Bob Howsam enforced a no facial hair policy in order to give the Reds a presentable look. But the policy ended in 1999 when the Reds traded for Greg Vaughn.
It's the 21st century, and there are just so many fun and exciting ways to lose your money. So many ways to make your life even more interesting with crippling financial burdens. Why not one more way? New in Canada, it's Solitaire, MMORPG. Play with yourself online. See other people playing with themselves online. Poverty Poker Online, now offering Solitaire, a new way to lose all your money, even your home, from the comfort of your own home.
He was born on a Georgia farm in 1886 and named Tyrus after the ancient city of Tyre that stubbornly refused to surrender to Alexander the Great. His father was distant, demanding, and nothing young Tyrus could do ever seemed to satisfy him. The tense, skinny boy took out his anger on the diamond. He left home at 17 to play in the minors in Alabama and Tennessee. His father warned him, "Don't come home a failure." That admonition, Cobb recalled, put more determination in me than he ever knew. My overwhelming need was to prove myself as a man.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Philadelphia Phillies knotted up at 3 as we head to the top of the top of the 8th inning. Travis d'Arnaud, Olson, and Riley are headed to the plate, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. If anything gets going, Ozuna, Ford, and Arcia. And they'll face Andrew Bellotti. Bellotti, 27th appearance with a 3.42 ERA, 35 strikeouts through 23 innings, 10 walks. So it's a righty-righty matchup here as d'Arnaud gets set for Bellotti, and the first pitch is outside, called for a strike at the knees. John Lipka, it's 0-1. That pitch was about an inch or two off the plate. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bellotti, and that one's in the dirt, bangs the plate. He can't call that one a strike. It's 1-1. Texas leads Kansas City 7-1 in the 5th inning. That game is in Kansas City, Missouri. Boston and Toronto, they are now tied up at 4. That game is in the 8th as well. 1-1 pitch to Darno is swung on and missed 94 miles an hour right in his kitchen. It's 1-2. It's hard to believe Boston, Toronto, and Tampa Bay, who lead the wild card in the American League, by the way, are all 12, 12 and a half, and 13 games out of first place behind the red hot New York Yankees. 1-2 pitch to Darno on the way. Fastball outside, evens the count at 2-2. Bellotti was expecting to get the benefit of the doubt on that call as well, as he went to walk away. Gathered himself. That ball was off the plate as well, about the same amount as that first pitch. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is outside, ball 3, 3-2, full count to Darno. Three-two pitch to Travis Darno. On the way from Bellotti, swung on and missed, swung at a slider out of the zone, and there's one away. Slider was way off the plate, and Darno went fishing. I think he was just trying to stay alive on that one. He knew he couldn't do anything with that pitch. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson, a solo shot in the top of the first, at the time extending it to a 2-0 lead for Atlanta. Righty-lefty matchup here, and Bellotti kicks and deals, and the first pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-0. Houston still leads at 9-0. That game's heading to the 8th inning in New York over the Mets. The 1-0 pitch to Olson is right there below the knees, called for a strike. It's 1-1. Tough pitching matchups for the Braves in this series. We'll get into that here in 1 second. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is inside for a ball. It's 2-1 to Matt Olson. Braves the next couple of nights in Philadelphia. Tomorrow night, as the 2-1 pitch is on the way to Olson, he swings and hammers it, and that ball is going back. Jackpot, baby. It's over the right field wall, and it is 4-3 Atlanta. Matt Olson with his second home run of the night. That one was a bullet over the wall. It's 4-3 Atlanta. He timed that pitch perfectly. And credit Olson, he was hustling out of the box. I think he thought that ball may get the top of the wall, but it went right over the railing. And the Braves have the lead again, 4-3. That brings Riley to the plate. Riley's 1 for 3 on the night, and he swings a big mammoth shot the first pitch, and it's going deep down the left field line, but underneath it is Schwarber, and there's 2 away. The way he took a whack at that one and sent it into the night, I thought that one might leave too, but it quickly died, just got underneath it, and there's 2 away. Tomorrow night, it'll be Kyle Wright versus Ranger Suarez. Suarez had been struggling, but he's pitched pretty well the last couple of nights out. So that should be a really good pitching matchup in its own right. And then Thursday night, So the first pitch to Ozuna is taken for a strike high. It's 0-1. Got to figure Ozuna, this is his last hurrah. If he gets on base, they'll pinch run with Heredia. And if he doesn't, they're going to put Heredia in the field next inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It's in the dirt, and it's 1-1. On Thursday night, it's Ian Anderson versus Aaron Nola, and Nola has been pitching really well recently. Plus, he always pitches the Braves well. So 3 really tough matchups against the Phillies pitching staff. They're 3 best pitchers by far. Already facing Wheeler, who is the ace. The 1-1 pitch from Bellotti is swung on and missed. 93-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 1-2. I think Marcel might have just got a piece of that, just nicked it, but Real Muto held on to it. Braves 4, Phillies 3. Matt Olson just went over the wall. His second home run of the night. He says, take that, Freddie Freeman lovers. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Ozuna, and it's way outside, taken for a ball. It evens the count at 2-2. Braves lead it by 1. Ozuna with the 2-2 count. If he can get on, Ford is on deck, the designated hitter. And the 2-2 delivery on the way, swung on and popped up over the left field side past third base. Bohm is underneath it, and he'll make the catch in foul territory. So that ends the inning, but not before your Atlanta Braves and Matt Olson make it a 1-run lead for Atlanta. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. It's 4-3 Braves.
What? No, you were promoting a benefit to clothe homeless people. You can't come out dressed like that. You're all puffed up. You look like the Count of Monte Cristo.
They're producing them as we speak.
You look like you're going to swing in on a chandelier.
Today, we're going to talk about crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
In 1910, Ty Cobb was locked in a fierce battle with Napoleon Lajoie of the Cleveland Indians for the batting championship of the American League. The hugely popular Lajoie had led the league in batting twice before and was considered the greatest second baseman in the game. The Chalmers Motor Company had offered a new car to the man who won the title. Cobb wanted that car, but he was so detested by those who played against him that when he and Lajoie were neck and neck for the title at the very end of the season, the manager of the St. Louis Browns, just to spite Cobb, ordered his third baseman to play so deep that Lajoie got 6 bunt singles in a row. The manager was found out and fired. Cobb ended up winning the title by a single percentage point. Years later, it was discovered that, in fact, Lajoie should have won. Cobb's average had been inflated by counting 1 game twice, but both men got cars. It would be the first of 10 cars Cobb would receive over his career.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch is on the way from McHugh. He stays in the game, and it's a ball low to Gregorius. It's 1-0. Heredia has came into right field. The 1-0 pitch is banged on the ground. Baltimore chopper is over to Arcia. Arcia gets it, fires it to first, and there's one away. Arcia got Didi Gregorius in a photo finish, about half a leg, to get the first out of the Philadelphia 8th. A few years ago, I think Gregorius beats that out. Luckily, I think the left foot, as he extended it, missed the bag anyway. So even if he would have beaten the throw, he missed the bag. So that brings Herrera to the plate, righty-lefty matchup again. The first pitch to Herrera is a changeup, outer edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Really interesting that he's not going to a lefty in this matchup. That tells you he's going to try to, he being Snitker's going to try to get this W without using Minter and Smith. The 1-1 or 0-1 is in the dirt, called a ball. It's 1-1. They did check down the third base line to see if he went around. Looked like he may have, but they said he didn't. So that evens up the count to Herrera. Herrera's 0 for 3 on the night, but he is known to put a charge into the ball. He's hit many home runs against Atlanta. The 1-1 pitch, changeup outside. Good pitch by McHugh. He's got that working. It's 1-2. Riley is playing shallow right field and is now coming over back to his normal third base. So it's a vanilla defense, and the 1-2 pitch is a fastball outside and high. It's 2-2. Appears that Herrera tends to pull more with less than 2 strikes and shortens up his strokes when he gets to a 2-strike count. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Herrera, swung on and missed, strike 3. Fastball at the top of the zone. And so far, McHugh's got it clicking. That would be huge for Atlanta. There's 2 away. If you're going to be missing Kenley Jansen for the foreseeable future, and Matzik still quite a ways away from coming back, they hope to have him back in a few weeks. Colin McHugh will play a big role in games where they have the lead. Here's the first pitch on the way to Bohm, and it's a slider right there at the knees on the inner half. It's 0-1. Alec Bohm, good young third baseman. He's 2 for 3 on the night. The wiry right-handed third baseman takes a ball low. It's now 1-1. Milwaukee leads Tampa 4-1. That game is in the top of the 8th. Miami trails St. Louis 5-3 in the 7th. Here's the 1-1 pitch from McHugh, swung on and fouled back. Changeup was high in the zone. It's 1-2. They have headed to the bottom of the 8th in New York. The Mets trail 9-0. Assuming that score holds, the Astros would be going for another 2-game sweep tomorrow in the past week against the Mets. The 1-2 pitch is in the dirt, slider missed. It's 2-2. Looking ahead in the Braves' 9th inning, Atlanta will have Ford, Arcia, and Duvall due up. 2-2 pitches off the plate wide. It's now full count to Bohm. It's 3-2. Stott, the second baseman, would be due up if they do not pinch hit. The full count payoff pitch from McHugh to Bohm is changeup right there at the knees. Call for a strike, and Bohm didn't like it, but it did clip the zone. He's been calling that all night, and that'll end it. So 3 up, 3 down. We head to the top of the 9th inning. The Braves clinging to a 1-run lead.
Sheldon doesn't know when he's being mean because the part of his brain that should know is getting a wedgie from the rest of his brain.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. While warming up for a game in 1983, Yankees player Dave Winfield accidentally hit a bird with a ball. After the game, he was actually taken to a local police station and charged with animal cruelty. Fortunately for Winfield, charges were quickly dropped. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put creamer he can't reach.
Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
Anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coach.
And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted.
Eye contact.
Scented candles.
Power balance.
And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers.
Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Sale to a major league team seemed only weeks away, a sure sign of the success with which he hoped to win his father's favor. Then Cobb got a telegram. His father was dead, shotgunned. Cobb's own mother had shot him. Her husband thought she was having an affair, and when he tried to slip into her bedroom window at night to trap her with her lover, she shot him twice. Later, she said she had mistaken him for a prowler. My father had his head blown off when I was 18 years old by a member of my own family, Cobb told a writer when he was an old man. I didn't get over that. I've never gotten over it. 3 weeks after his father was killed, on August 30th, 1905, Ty Cobb played his first game for the Detroit Tigers.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead Philadelphia 4-3. So we head to the top of the ninth inning. Mike Ford, Orlando Arcia, and Adam Duvall are due up. Contreras will come on to pinch hit for Ford. Thought that might happen because Brad Hand is coming out of the pen for the Philadelphia Phillies. The lefty kicks and deals the first pitch, and it is in the dirt. Did that get a piece of Contreras? I guess it didn't. It's 1-0. Ball just skipped right past his foot. Contreras coming on to pinch hit for a righty-lefty matchup. The 1-0 delivery is right there at the knees, called for a strike. Looked like the slider, and it's 1-1. Brad Hand, a 2.01 ERA, 22 strikeouts on the year. The 1-1 delivery is another slider right there across the plate, about thigh high, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch from Hand to Contreras as they set up inside. They've gone slider, slider, slider so far. Here's the fastball, swung on and missing right by him, and there's one away. Good pitch by Hand. It's a fastball on the outer edge of the plate. They were setting up inside. He missed the spot, but got the strikeout. That'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Arcia is looking to get in to the hit parade. He's 0 for 3 on the night. First pitch to Arcia is fastball at the knees, and it's 0-1. It is A.J. Minter who is warming up in the Braves bullpen, so he is going to be the first one up with the chance to close the game. The 0-1 pitch from Hand is a curveball swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Totally different animal when you're asked to close as opposed to set up. So we'll see how Minter does. He's probably been the Braves' most efficient and reliable as the 0-2 pitch is fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Consistent, reliable pitcher out of the bullpen this year. And he did close in the past, so this isn't totally new to him. The 0-2 pitch from Hand Garcia swung on and just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 0-2. Looking ahead to the 9th inning, due up, but most likely we'll get pinch hitters. Left-handed Stott, the second baseman, left-handed Moniak, the center fielder, and left-handed Schwarber, the left fielder. The first two will probably get pinch hit for. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. Braves would love to get a insurance run here. Standing on deck is Adam Duvall. He's about due. Boston has now taken a 5-4 lead in Toronto. That game is in the 8th. One-two pitch from Hand on the way, the 10th pitch of the inning. And swung on, just got a piece of it. We'll do it again at 1-2. He's got that slow 79-mile-an-hour curveball and a low to mid 80s slider that he mixes in with his low 90s fastball. 1-2 pitch from Hand Garcia. Kicks and deals, and it's a fastball high. Taken for a ball, it's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch from Hand. Brad Hand lifts the glove, lets it go, swung on, and grounded past third base. He hit it right in the 5-6 hole. It's headed to left field, and a one-out single for Orlando Arcia. Good piece of hitting by Orlando. He fought through that entire at bat, staying alive. And the more he saw, he finally got a pitch he could handle. It was about a 2-hopper, 3-hopper through the infield, and then a worm burner to left. So Arcia leads off first with one away, and Adam Duvall comes to the plate. Standing on deck is Michael Harris. The first pitch to Duvall, who's 0 for 2 on the night, is a curveball swung on and belted foul into the seats behind home plate. He just mistimed it. It's 0-1. Duvall now hitting 196 on the year, 8 home runs, 27 RBI. He had moved that batting average well above 200 and had it there for a couple of weeks, but he has hit another dry spell. Hand flips it over to first to keep Arcia close. Braves 4, Philly 3. 1 out, top of the 9th inning. It's been a pretty good game. Though they struggled from time to time, pretty darn good outings from Charlie Morton and Zach Wheeler, the 2 starters for tonight. Colin McHugh came in and pitched a great inning in the 3rd to hold the Phillies where they were once they tied it up. Here's the 0-1 pitch inside to Duvall. It's 1-1. Arcia leads off of first. Has a decent lead, but it's not a really big one. The 1-1, Hand's going to kick it back over to first to keep Arcia close. Arcia doesn't look like that he's got any plans on going. Hand with a pretty good pickoff move that he's known for. Arcia is acting like he's leaning towards second. As the 1-1 pitch is fastball inside, it's 1-2. He definitely has Hand's attention. So maybe all that bouncing around can get into Brad Hand's head and Duvall can lay into one. Adam Duvall digs in on a 1-2 count. He asks for time. Blue gives it to him, so he'll step out of the box and we'll reset. It's a 1-2 count to Adam Duvall. 1 on, 1 out. Top of the 9th inning. Atlanta leads Philadelphia 4-3. A 3-game lead over Philly in the standings. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a slider. Did he go around? They said he did not. I'm surprised on that one. And it's 2-2. Considering all the other ones that Quinn Walcott has rung up at first base on the check swings, a little surprised he wasn't meet there. Didn't look like that he broke his wrists on that one, but it didn't look like that on a couple of the others either. So the 2-2 pitch to Duvall, runner on first, 1 away, swung on and hammered down the left field line, and it is fair. It's going to rattle around in the corner. Arcia is on his horse and heading to third. Past third, he goes through the stop sign and safe at the plate. Adam Duvall grabs third, and the Braves lead at 5-3. Hustling all the way, Arcia. Originally, Washington had the stop sign on, then he waved him in. So Arcia kept booking, and Arcia, good slide, by the way. The throw came to the inside of the base paths or to the outer part of the base paths towards the on deck circle. Arcia slid to the inside towards the pitcher's mound. So Real Muto had no chance of making the play. He ran through that stop sign. I thought Washington had waved him in, but he just gave up because Arcia wasn't stopping. So through the stop sign and on to home plate, the Braves lead at 5-3. And the first pitch is a called strike to Harris. It's 0-1. 0-1 pitch to Harris, and below the knees, it's 1-1. Fly ball would surely get Duvall home. Good base running by Duvall. You can't overlook that. It was going to be an easy double, and then he went from second to third on the relay home. 1-1 pitch to Harris is slider inside. It's now 2-1. Harris would like to get something to elevate. Philly's got the defense in, all the way in. So anything hard hit on the ground is going to be, it's got to be an atom ball or it's going to get through the infield. Good speed at third. The 2-1 pitch to Harris. Kicks and deals, and it is a Baltimore chopper, and I am surprised Duvall stays at third. Harris is out at first. That would have been a perfect ball to go on. Duvall frozen on the play. Didi Gregorius had to go backwards. If Duvall is running on that play, it would have been very hard for him to throw him out because he would have been throwing off his back foot. So hesitance. Really surprised that Duvall didn't go on that play. So hesitant base running cost the Braves there. And that brings Dansby Swanson to the plate. Swanson takes the first pitch at the knees. It's 0-1. Swanson's 0 for 1 on the 0 for 4 on the night, excuse me. One base hit could extend this to a 6-3 game. It's 5-3 right now. The 0-1 pitch is at the knees, called for a strike. Good pitch by hand. It's 0-2. Braves get that all-important extra run here in the 9th inning. You'd love to get one more. 0-2 pitch to Swanson is a curveball outside. Taking for a ball, it's 1-2. There's all these curveballs he's throwing. If anything kicks in the dirt and gets away, Duvall would score. I'm sure that's on the mind of Real Muto behind the plate and Hand as well. So if you're looking for that curveball, you got to figure they're not going to throw one in the dirt. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and that ball is backhanded just above the ankles, and it's 2-2. Duvall's double that he hit down the line just tucked inside the chalk. And I don't even know if Arcia ran through him or if he just didn't see him. He had to go around him, though. He was in his own world. The 2-2 pitch on the way. That ball is rifled to first, right at Hoskins. Just a foot or two left or right, and we would have a 3-run game. But instead, that'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th. AJ Minter's coming out of the pen as the doors swing open.
I've been doing a lot of thinking.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't think we should see each other anymore.
No, that's fine. No problem. I'll meet somebody else.
Yeah.
Sure. See, things always even out for me. Anyway, it's been really nice dating you for a while. And good luck.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s proves its world championship. A liner off Maggie's glove in the center field. The World Series. Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the 9th, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Red Sox fans have long to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. What a team. What a ride. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
Today, we're going to talk about crazy stats. On June 25th, 1976, in a doubleheader against the White Sox, Toby Harrah became the only shortstop ever to play every single inning of a doubleheader and not get a single ball hit to him.
Cobb's ferocity drove his team to the pennant in 1907 and himself to the batting championship of the American League. At 20 years and 10 months, Ty Cobb was the youngest man ever to win a big league batting title. He would win 7 more in a row, 12 in 13 years. He was, one writer said, a cyclone, a tornado, a typhoon, all rolled into one.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 5-3, and AJ Minter's coming out of the pen. AJ Minter, 34 appearances, 32 innings, a 1.69 ERA, 43 strikeouts in those 32 innings and just 5 walks. He does have 20 career saves. His last save was July 14th against the Padres. And that'll bring up a pinch hitter. Due up with Stott, the second baseman, but he has been sent by the wayside. And the Phillies will bring the right-handed Munoz to the plate. First pitch on the way is swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Munoz Batting 211 on the year. AJ Minter digs in, kicks and deals, and it's a cutter inside, taking for a ball. It's 1-0. 1-1, excuse me. Yairo Munoz, 19 at bats this year, a 211 average, 2 home runs, 3 RBI, a stolen base, and an 844 OPS. So he's got some pop. The 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, cutter 95 miles an hour right through the basket, and it's 1-2. On deck is Boniak. Now, whether or not he would bat, he's a lefty as well. But then you get into, if you tie the game, you have to go to extras, who you have available for defense. The 1-2 pitch is a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Braves 5, Philly 3. We're the bottom of 9. Game 1 of a 3-game set. The Mets. 1-2 pitch is swung on and hit to the left side. Backhanded by Dansby. He fires it over the diamond, and the long throw is scooped up by Olsen on a one-hopper. There's one away. The New York Mets trail Houston 9-0. Bottom of 9. So if these two scores hold, Atlanta will pull within 4 games of the New York Mets. Mets have to play Houston one more time tomorrow, and they have not fared well against the Astros. They haven't just lost, they have been blown out. So that brings up another pinch hitter coming to the plate, and this will be Vierling, the right-hander. Takes the first pitch for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Matt Vierling, batting 239, righty-lefty matchup. He's got 92 at bats, 3 home runs, 7 RBI, a 667 OPS. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and he fouls it back. Fastball, center cut over the plate, 97 miles an hour, and it's 0-2. If Vierling does get on, he does have 2 stolen bases to his credit this year, 4 for his career. Standing on deck is Kyle Schwarber. AJ Minter with the 0-2 count to Vierling. Lifts his leg, kicks and deals, swung on and popped up down the right field line. That ball's bending out of play. A souvenir for the Philadelphia faithful, and it's 0-2. Toronto and Boston are in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Red Sox lead the Blue Jays 5-4. The 0-2 pitch from Minter. It's on the way, swung on and fouled back against the screen. We'll do it again at 0-2. Matt Vierling on an 0-2 count from AJ Minter. Minter leans in, lifts his glove, kicks the leg and deals, and it's a fastball outside, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. 97-mile-an-hour fastball that Vierling was able to lay off. Minter looking for his first save in 3 years. Doesn't seem that long ago. The 1-2 pitch is cutter outside, taken for a ball. It's now 2-2. Vierling has now evened up the count. The tying run standing on deck. And Kyle Schwarber We all know what he can do with the bat. The 2-2 delivery on the way, swung on and popped up. Will that stay in play? Olson's giving chase. It just bends inside the Philly dugout. Olson just out of his reach, probably about 3-4 feet away. He looked like he short armed it at first glance, but when you look at the replay, you see he had no chance. So we'll do it again at 2-2. Minter about to throw his 13th pitch of the night. The 8th pitch of the at-bat. 5 of which have been fastballs, 2 have been cutters. So here's the 2-2 pitch from Minter. He flips and deals and swung on and missed, strike 3. The cutter inside. He could not make contact, and there's 2 away. Philadelphia down to their last out. Nasty pitch. Too close to take for Veerling, though the pitch was a little inside. That thing's barreling in on you. You're just trying to stay alive at that point. That brings Schwarber to the plate. Schwarber has a solo shot. 2 walks. The first pitch on the way is he tried to drop down a bunt, 98-mile-an-hour fastball, pops it way out of play. It's 0-1. Good luck trying to drop a bunt down a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Schwarber trying to keep the defense honest. Atlanta's defense now straightens up a little bit. Swanson, Arcia, and Olson playing a typical deep defense. Riley comes in a little bit. The 0-1 pitch to Schwarber is a cutter right there at the top of the zone. John Lipka blows another one. It's 1-1. Can't wait to look at the report for Lipka tonight because he has just been inconsistent is the best way I can put it. The 1-1 pitch from Minter, swung on and up the middle. Dansby's got it, fumbles it, fires it over to first, and just gets a hustling Schwarber for out number 3. He got Schwarber by about a half a length, and that'll end the game. The Atlanta Braves hold on to a 5-3 win. Atlanta, with the Mets now down to their last out. They do have the bases loaded, by the way, in New York, but they're down to their last out. And they are down 9-0. So assuming these 2 hold on, Atlanta will be within 4 games of the National League East lead. They have now gone 4 games in front of the Philadelphia Phillies, who are in 3rd place. They will stay put with St. Louis, who looks like they're going to hold on and win. They'll stay a game in front of St. Louis. San Diego and San Francisco far away from ending their game. So on the night, Charlie Morton goes 5 2/3 innings, gives up 2 runs, 4 walks, 5 Ks. He's got to get those walks down. Dylan Lee comes in. He gives up 1 run, the solo shot to Schwarber that tied the game. Colin McHugh then comes in and he pitches an inning and 2/3. McHugh will get the win. Minter with the save. And Atlanta with home runs from Darnode, 2 from Olson, a double from Duvall, RBIs by Darnode, Duvall, and Olson. Darnode with 2, Olson with 2, and Duvall with 1. Runs scored on the night. Darnode with 1, Olson 2, Arcia 1, and Harris 1. And that will end the game. The Braves lead at 5-3. Look to pull within 4 games of the NL East. They'll be back at it tomorrow against the Philadelphia Phillies. Kyle Wright will be on the mound. We will be back Friday night. Friday night, it's an early 6:40 pitch, so put that down in your calendar. Max Fried will be on the hill. So for all the guys and gals behind Braves Country Baseball, I'm Mac McGee. Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball here on Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Please like and subscribe. The Braves win it 5-3. Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Gonna get